You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
With water in his eyes. Santa Claus came riding by, hopping and popping with water in his eyes. Santa Claus came riding by, sweating and sweating with water in his eyes. Santa boy, you're looking old. The more I find, I catch up cold. Tell me what you want this year. I'll bring you anything from anywhere. I don't want a white Christmas with plenty of snow. Give me a bright Christmas with silver and calypso. Because a white Christmas is something I never seen. Oh no, I want a belly full of fun, plenty music, plenty sun, and a nice Christmas so green. Santa cleared his throat to speak and told me my request was very unique. Santa, this is the West Indies. To always we get this 70 degrees. You yourself don't bring your sleigh. Santa, when you're coming down this way, I know it does break your heart to swap with us and we get for a donkey car. I don't want a white Christmas with plenty of snow. Give me a bright Christmas with silver and calypso. Because a white Christmas is something I never seen. Oh no, I want a belly full of fun, plenty music, plenty sun, and a nice white Christmas so green. Tell me why should my Christmas be white? Nature made it sunny, green and bright. Why should I dream about snow? Jack Frost lay right under mistletoe. My Christmas is cold and warm. No blizzard, no freezing sun. Santa bring me a case of rum, a sweet bread and a nice song in steel drum. I don't want a white Christmas with plenty of snow. Give me a bright Christmas with silver and calypso. Because a white Christmas is something I never seen. No, no, no. I want a belly full of fun, plenty music, plenty sun, and a nice Christmas so green. Anyhow, Santa, the next time you come down this way, make sure come on the airline and land in a nice green private. Okay? No snow. You can get a green grass if you want. Oh gosh.
Let me say a special hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. And we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. And of course, we have two good guests coming up, two fantabulous, splendiferous guests. Let me welcome in the village here 1/4 of the DAG Triplets, no other than Marshall, Tommy, E. Nesbitt. Tommy, how are you?
Good evening, my brother. How are you?
Today is a fantabulous, splendiferous day, my friend.
I'm glad we at least we're here. We are not pushing up daisies. We're here, so it's a good thing, and we have to be thankful.
Absolutely, man. We have to be thankful for that. And let me
Yes.
bring in the other 1/4 or 66 2/3%.
I ain't no
of the
1/4
DAG
and
triplets.
66 1/3 or nothing. I is 100%. What's going on in the village?
Can I make the
I
introduction,
in a
please?
mood today. Yeah, you want
Can
to
I
hear your introduction?
can I
I in a
finish the
mood
introduction?
today.
Oh
You
my
see that gun
God!
they call fish? I can scale you today. See this? I'm
Can
scaling you with this.
I at least
Yeah.
finish the introduction, please?
Go
Please.
right ahead. Like they don't know who I am.
Of course, we have no other than 62 2/3% of the DAG triplets. That's
So
no other than.
how come he's wanted and I 62 2/3? What's going on there? Don't let me come to the phone for I'll scale you with this too, you know. Don't start me up, you know. All right? Okay, good.
Let me continue here.
Watch it,
Yes,
watch it.
ladies and gentlemen, it's in the village of the DAG triplets. And let me bring in 62 2/3% of the DAG triplets. That's no other than Diana, Waveney,
Watch
Benskin,
yourself, eh? Watch yourself.
McDonald, boy.
I know where you live, you know. I will come for you with this here, you know. All right.
What is that?
And you can't run faster than me. Good.
What is that?
Never mind what it is.
A cookie broom?
This is for fish. If he don't behave himself, I'm gonna scale him. Because I saw him on another chat and he was misbehaving fish. I'm gonna ease up on Ron tonight.
He was in another chat misbehaving?
Yeah, fish. I'm gonna scale him tonight.
But
Yeah.
no, but how you scale him? Once he come in our chat and he behave responsibly, what, why you worrying about what you
Yeah,
like?
I go scale him tonight and stew him.
But wait now, you Marco any man in the next chat?
I was in my chat and I see all of them.
But like he's a Marco now, boy.
I know Marco. I know Marco. I'm a free, independent woman. I could go where I want. I just pay my internet bill.
Man, you're Marcoing. It's about
I
something.
just pay.
You Marcoing. You Marcoing. You Marcoing.
I just pay my internet bill.
Tommy, yeah, Tommy, you gotta watch yourself, boy. the storm Marcoing, boy.
I hear you. I hear she.
Yeah. The storm, the storm. Yeah, people ought to be worried now, storm.
Yeah, you see this here?
What's that?
Lex fishy laughing. Fishy laughing. Oh God, Anselm. Yeah, that way you're gonna be balling when I'm connecting this with you. Good.
Who's that?
Fish. I'm scaling him.
But tell me what happened, man. Wait, before you go. Let me just do something. Hey, Diana, you wouldn't believe, Diana and Tommy, you wouldn't believe this, eh?
Go ahead.
Guess who was first in the village tonight?
Ron Horner.
Little Ron Horner.
No. He's still sitting down in the corner.
The one that the wife give back his computer?
No. Neither he didn't get back his computer yet. Wait, look. He tried to drag the computer away from she. Oh God! And listen now, she put a lock on the computer, right? Ellis Island watch. Look, poor thing, I feel sorry for him.
So who was first in the village?
Oh God, the fella name started with a V.
V?
V.
You know V?
Vonnie Roberts?
Yeah.
Vonnie Roberts?
Yeah, Vonnie Roberts. You know, he said tell to Keisha and Nadia and Claudia and them. He said, nah boy, we getting too much licks in the village. Too much of them coming first.
You see?
He come first and second, you know. You know, he almost like Gary Griffith. Gary Griffith comes second and third in the Moodla Olympics. Vonnie Roberts comes first and second coming in the village.
You see why I want to scale fish? You call you Wallstein.
Hey, you are worried. Hey, Tekisha, welcome, boy. Hey, breadstick, you inside.
Call you Wallstein. That's a new name. Wallstein.
But look, little Ron Horner coming. We'll be back. Good night, everyone. He go and watch Creole politics. Is that what that's called it?
Douglas.
Oh, Douglas politics. My bad. I thought it was Creole. I thought it was Creole politics. I don't know why that's messed them thing up, you know. Goddamn gamer, you inside. Tikisha. Nice. Hey, look, we have a new boy, Gary Mahabir. Who is that? Gary Mahabir. Let's say hello to Guy. We have a new post in the chat, Guy Mahabir.
Yeah, let me type hello, Gary. Hello,
Let's say hello, Gary.
Gary.
Let's see Gary now. Let's say hello to Gary. He's a new post in the chat. Fishsticks, what you want to know? DCP Jacob starting to act like Heinz now. All them big words. The man used. Hey,
Yeah, boy.
He pissed. Let me get that boy. Let me see. Where I have that? All right, I think I have that boy. You know, boy. I ain't gonna lie. Eh? That's a boss one, though, boy.
He pissed the limit.
Yeah, boy. Let me see what that is, boy. Oh, how come I get that there, boy? Cool prong. Ghana this message to the PM. Now I to find that one, boy. I to find that one. Let me go and find that one. Oh, go ahead. Let me find that one in the meanwhile. Somebody say something.
Randy actually say Gary, Tommy, and the hostess Wall Street. Oh Lord.
Epistemological.
Yeah. I don't worry about him, man.
Oh.
What? Statistics say what? PNM 222. PDP,
and they find him more. They find him more votes. Yeah. But they don't swear in the PDP. So I don't know what votes this they're finding. Yeah.
Don't worry about that, man. You'll come back to that. So hold on, let me see. Okay, Tikisha says for sticks, all my kids get A's, even my son who died. I've got an A, so I'm proud because they have been through so much and managed to come out on top. I thank God. All right, Tikisha. Hey, Troy Smith, you're inside, boy. Welcome. You're inside. For sticks, you went on Makwa DJ Chuck. They're still going by. Hey, Curtis Montre, shout out to Chumaka, boy. You're inside. What acts? You're inside, boy. Oh, look, little Ron Horner come back. You didn't stay in the corner too long.
I'm gonna give Ron Horner a break today. I'm staying on fishy. He gonna get skilled before the night is over.
Albert Montano, boy. You're inside, boy.
How is it up there in Canada, Albert? Is it warm?
All the way up Canada, boy. Wanna be loyal, sir? Loyal. Yeah. Subash Mongol. Hey.
Yeah, he's new.
Not that Maria Mongol husband.
Oh, okay.
No, it's joke I'm making.
No, he said he don't think so. Somebody asked him that question.
Subash, are you here for the first time? Are you Nadia Mongol's husband? We just want to know. We like to know the people who reveal it. So
Subash, there. Ron got banned from Facebook. Little Ron Horn. I wonder why.
So let's say welcome to Subash. Subash.
Welcome, Subash.
Don't ever follow him, Subash Pandey.
Yep.
Right?
424 murders since Friday, December 10th. Oh dear.
What's the person welcome? You're inside. That fish stick boy, yeah. That's why I asked if he related to Nadia Mongol because I don't know. Maybe he must take with Nadia laptop or she phone. Because he ever going on in the village. Look, Ron Horn always start in trouble again. He says Subash is Nadia Mongol boyfriend.
Oh Lord.
Howard C. Prasad welcome. Now Subash say you don't think so. Subash, you sure partner? Because Nadia saying something different. I know. I don't know. Hey, little Ron Horner get banned. Why you get banned, little Ron Horner?
You late. I said that already.
But wait now. When you're out of place. Who you borrow your throw that sweatshirt from?
Oh boy.
Do you hear that, Diana and Tommy? Man, I
Mm.
didn't know to tell me I borrow a Trinidad and Tobago sweatshirt.
22 death, 812 new cases, 2,000. Oh Lord.
Nah, we don't like to carry them kind of negative news inside
Uh,
here. Yeah.
uh,
Seriously.
uh.
We try as much to stay away from it. Yeah,
But you know what I? But you know,
yeah.
it dawned on me the other day.
Hmm.
If it is that they're not allowing people who are not vaccinated to travel, right? Am I right or wrong?
Right.
How come this new variant is spreading? Where the new variant coming from?
Well, Diana,
people need
go ahead, Tommy.
people need to get into the sea so they could get some saline in the nostrils to keep them a little bit healthier. Everybody just locked away inside, wearing these masks, not getting enough air. There's just a lot of negative things happening, man. We need some more positivity when it comes to good health.
Hmm.
Yeah,
You see,
where's the omni?
that's why
I'm confused.
we don't really dwell on that, because you know, when you dwell on that too much, boy, it
Takes you down a road.
depresses.
Yep,
yeah,
yep.
it takes you down a road, man. So I don't want us
But
to like dwell on that.
it's just a thought that crossed
No,
my
no, no. I
mind
hear you.
today.
I hear you. But
Who's Future Shock?
Future Shock.
They were here before.
Gang, who's Future Shock?
They were here before. Where the hell is Dr.
Welcome
James?
to the village, Future Shock.
Yeah.
You want to know where the hell Dr. James is? I don't know either.
Watch it, Future
Where the
Shock.
hell?
Watch it.
Well, you go come
Watch
and
it.
shock you just now. He go come and shock you just now. No, he coming soon, man. I send him. He want him to send a link via email. Daryl Superstar, welcome. Right? Welcome. All right, boy, you inside, boy. What tax? All right, boy. All right, out at Chumaka Clavantel, boy. Yeah, we read that one already. The man called me hostess Wall Street. That's okay, man. Thanks for the compliment, man. I appreciate it.
And Wallstein.
Yeah, Wallstein. Hey, look, my partner. Hey, yeah. Since Ellis Island get your computer take away from everybody take away your computer, your laptop, and your phone, and your what is the other one there? So your tablet. You know, the new one is Eiley. Eiley, welcome, partner. You inside? What tax? Raj B, boy. Ravi B. Ravi B inside earlier. Is Ravi B? Diana? Is Ravi B?
Raj V.
Oh, shit. Oh, I just mess people name up.
And that's why they just call you all them pseudonyms. Wallstein and everything else.
What is that? Wall Street. No PNM station ever play or spoke of Twiggy videos. Why? Why didn't talk about that? Curtis Monteshad, boy. Oh, Howard Superstar want to know what I want to know. I want to know nothing, man. Or let's say welcome to Subash. Yeah. Future Shock. You're asking where is Dr. James, right? You're asking questions. All right, since you're asking answers, let me answer your answer. Let's answer your answer. All right, let me hear Dr. James fixing his camera. Let him fix the camera. All right, here we go. All right. Waiting. Yes, here we go. Of course, let's bring in no other than Dr. Winford James to end the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Dr. James is no stranger to us here at WZYE 95.9 FM. He always very, very eloquent in his discussion when he comes into the village. Of course, Dr. James, we have with us no other than D. In the DAG, that's Diana. You know they call Diana the Storm. I am Anselm, Slim on Wall Street. And Gary's not here with us tonight, but Gary's in hibernation. Gary is considered to be the phantom. He's going to come out of hibernation real soon. And we also have with us the commissioner from Newark, Marshal Tommy Nesbitt. Dr. James, welcome back to In the
Thank
Village with the
you.
DAG Triplets.
And Diana will have the opportunity to interview me. And who's the last person you mentioned again?
Tommy.
Tommy.
Yes.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Tommy.
Good evening, Dr. James.
I know he
don't
was
Dr.
think I
James.
coming
met.
for me.
Dr. James, you're hitting hard already. The conversation didn't start yet, and you're hitting hard already. Where's that one?
I know he was.
I
The
just want to make
last.
sure that I know the people who will be talking with me.
Oh, you say, but Diana go interview you? I don't know what. So one more me
I
and
don't
Tommy.
think Diana has only probably talked with me for a minute or so.
Oh my God.
Oh,
But that's okay. That's okay.
All right.
And I don't know Tommy.
Mm.
I think I know
Okay.
Gary, but Gary is not there.
No, yeah,
okay.
Gary, I don't know. Gary gone to hibernate somewhere. I don't know. He must be gone Toko. You know they have Toko in America, right?
They do. Okay.
Yeah, they have a Toko in
I'm
America.
not surprised. It's a big place, isn't it?
Anna Trinidad.
What is
Trinidad, Colorado. Trinidad, Colorado.
Yeah. There's Trinidad, Colorado. Hey, Diana, what? Yeah, real geographical information, boy.
Hello, I worked in logistics for a long time. Okay.
All right, okay. So, Dr. James, welcome
Yes,
back.
how are you doing?
We are doing fantabulous here, in the land of the living. So, how are you doing, sir?
How am I doing?
Yes.
I'm strong and good. I'm good. I am managing quite well.
Okay. So, Dr. James, we see, first of all, would you have predicted what happened in the THA election?
I didn't hear that.
Would you have predicted that it would have been 41?
No, I did not at all. I could not see that during the hustings. And the polls did not help. And I don't rely on snapshots from different individuals. But it was clear that victory was on the PDP side. And I thought PDP would win by about 2 seats. So we would have 3 seats. We'd have 9-6. I thought 9-6 would have been the most likely result. As it turned out, there was a tsunami in operation.
Yeah. Move to your left a little bit. There we go.
Is that
Thank
better?
You. Yeah, that's better.
Yes. And it was clear that the people had their fill of the PNM and wanted to teach the PNM a lesson, because the PNM had grown sterile. In 21 years, the PNM had grown sterile. They were repeating old procedures, old moves, and the PDP was coming with fresh, bright ideas, some of which the PNM attempted to appropriate for themselves. So I did not predict 14-1 at all, but I did predict a victory. And that victory I thought would be close. Not 8-7, but I think 9-6. The people had other ideas, so no.
What would you say, Dr. James, was the major reason why it was a tsunami, landslide, hurricane that passed there in Tobago, the THA election?
Well, there is never one cause, in matters such as this, and even in ordinary life. Effects are caused by multiple things. There are multiple causes to the effects we see around us. So I can't tell you I can't focus on one particular cause. I think it's a multiplicity of causes. And one of them was the tired old rhetoric of the PNM, repeated from January 25th, earlier this year. And that is linked to another cause, which is the demonization of Watson Duke and Farley Augustine, heroes of the people, heroes of the youth. So that here they were repeating the demonization of Watson Duke that they embarked on in January, thinking that even if they had lost 4 seats in January, that demonization would have a lot of traction with the people. Right? And I think that people punished them for demonizing their heroes. The new wave, right? That's one or two in one. Then you have not in a particular order. You had the rabid attempt. I would say rabid attempt in weeks before the election. Project activity all over Tobago and at whatever time of day or night. Project activity clearly designed to fooling the people, to making the people see that they were doing work, they were spending the money. So it was opportunistic. The expenditure on projects, social and infrastructural. There was this, to my mind, rabid and indecent and opportunistic expenditure by one party of state funds. Just a few weeks before polling day. I think people punish them for that as well. Yeah.
Dr.
Thirdly,
James.
or is it
Sorry.
fourthly?
No, go ahead.
You had the postponement of the conclusion of law on Tobagonian autonomy. You know how long this has been on the books. It's been on the book even before Rowley's time, but Rowley promised to get it done, I think, in his first term of office. For 5 years, nothing had been produced to the point of readiness. And of course, we are in, I think 1 year has passed in the second tenure. And again, the matter was not ready for passage by the House of the lower parliament, the lower house, the parliament of the country. It was not brought to them. So there was that delay, which people thought was a bad strategy. It was clearly strategic of the Prime Minister because he was leading the charge. And again, I think the people punished them for that. And then what everybody had been saying, except of course the PNM supporters, after 21 years and the spending of $40 billion, what do you have to show for it? And that question has never been and was never answered by the PNM. So these I gave you 4 there. There are many more I can give you, but those are some of the causative factors for the rejection, the almost total rejection of the PNM after 21 unbroken years in power. The rejection by the people for something fresh, for something fertile, for something unprecedented. And I think we can have a deeper look at any of those 4 causes, but there are other causes which we may not have time to examine.
No, we want to examine them tonight, man. We want to give you as much time.
Well, I don't know that you have the time to do so.
Okay,
Brother
no, I understand. But
yes.
Dr. James, how are you doing, sir? This is Gary Mahabia. Welcome back. The floor is yours, sir. Go ahead, knock them out.
Let me hear.
No, that was Gary. That was Gary just saying welcome.
Okay.
I have a question. I have a question for Dr. James.
Is this
Dr.
Diane?
James,
This is
Yeah,
Diana. Yeah.
Diana. I don't know. It may sound not. May sound maybe a silly question. I've been told.
No
Suppose.
questions asked of me is silly.
There we go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's supposing because his arrogance, Dr. Rowley's arrogance, along with the PNM's refusal to share power with the PDP, saw the tsunami of voters rejecting the PNM altogether. Supposing Dr. Rowley had resigned and put a new person at the helm, do you think the election still would have gone the way it went?
You are asking me if you're speculating that if he had resigned?
Yeah.
You mean
And
from
put a
the
new
prime ministership?
Yes.
You mean because of the elections?
No,
Before prior to the
Because
election.
I mean, what did anybody call apart from Kamala Prasad Bissesi? Did anybody call on him to resign?
Well, the people were calling because he had locked the citizens out, and there were other little mitigating factors that were distasteful to the populace. But
yes,
let's
I know that,
supposing
but I didn't know that. I didn't read that people wanted him to resign. And
but suppose he
if the
took it upon
opposition
himself.
calls upon him, you must take the opposition's word, any opposition, with a grain of salt, more than a grain of salt, actually. But if you're saying there was a widespread call for his resignation, I was not aware of that. But assume that he had resigned, and what would happen? I mean, somebody else would lead the charge, somebody from Trinidad. The moment you had somebody from Trinidad leading the charge is the moment people were going to be turned off, because people are more and more coming to the belief that Tobago must run its own affairs within the nation, but it must run its own affairs. So whoever would have replaced Dr. Rowley would have faced the same problem of the difficulty the people had of giving Dr. Rowley credibility and giving the Tobago PNM credibility. But I thought you were going to ask Diane as well whether, as having regard to the kind of elections we were in, whether he would not have taken a back seat and allowed the young people of the PNM and the leadership of the PNM to lead the charge.
That is what I was alluding to.
All right. I thought of I second-guessed you there.
I was alluding to that.
That would have been far better. That would have been a magnificent gesture on the part of the PNM and on the part of Dr. Rowley, that he had the faith and the trust in the PNM branch of the party, the Tobago branch of the PNM, and was willing to advise from behind. But he came on in front, he spearheaded. He reminded us that he was a Diego Martin man because he was not voting in Tobago. But at the same time, he was still spearheading the offensive from, or is it the defensive? Or they went on an offensive, but they didn't have the credibility so to do. But the point is, had he stepped back into the shadows at the back and allowed Tracy and Ansel Dennis and all the others to, raise the issues with the people, lead the charge against the PDP, the result might have been less damning. I think they would still have lost, but it would have been less damning, perhaps, than it turned out to be.
I have another question for you. Watson Duke, I don't know if he still holds the capacity as in the PSA. Is that going to be a conflict of interest in his
clearly
new?
Can't doubt that. People have pointed out that if a member of the PSA, a member of the public service, complained to the PSA, right, about something that was happening in relation to their conditions of service, how could she hope that Watson Duke as president could handle her complaint to her satisfaction, given the fact that he was also deputy chief secretary? And so that was a matter that clearly suggested conflict of interest. But it is not conflict of interest that has swung me in the direction of saying Watson should give up one of the positions, because I have called for him to give up one. And he has promised to give up the position of the president of the PSA. But I was not swung by the rightness or the wrongness of the fact that there was conflict of interest. Because this has been a tradition in Trinidadian politics for as long as I can remember. And I just ask you to go back to the days of Adrian Rienzi, go back to the days of Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler, George Weeks, come up the road to Basdio Pandey, come up the road even more recently to Lambert of one of those, is it the Seamen and Workers Trade Union? Being a senator and at the same time holding the position of president. Trade unionists have long been in the parliament of the country, and some of them have been in cahoots with the leading party. Indar Singh, for example, I can give you many names. Yeah? Now, and while I think that there is an opportunity here for us to develop our ethical sense as we practice our politics, I believe the question is more whether Duke has the efficiency to handle both jobs. Both jobs are full-time jobs. Can Duke handle both of these jobs with the requisite efficiency? I would quickly say no. He cannot handle both positions with efficiency, the efficiency required, right? This does not mean, as I said, that there was no conflict of interest. Yeah, I believe, but Duke was joining the line of trade unionists who have, been part of government in this country called Trinidad and Tobago. So he's going to leave. He's promised to leave, and Fale Augustine has said that in less than 3 months, but people are asking for less time, he would be out of the PSA. Remember that he has taken on his own initiative with the agreement of the PSA board. He has taken the initiative of refusing to continue to take the salaries and the rest of the emoluments attached to the job of PSA. But people are saying that is not enough, because you still have to serve the membership of the PSA, whether you take a salary or not. You still have to serve your constituents, and you can't serve two masters. This is a case where you can't serve two masters well enough.
But Dr. James, I have a question, right? Now, I understand this conflict of interest with Watson Duke and the two positions, right? But is it something similar that you an MP and in Parliament, you have to recuse yourself because there is something on the table that has something to do with your family, and you have to recuse yourself from whatever that transaction is in Parliament?
Yes, I think that's a very important question. Mind me, I'm just a little distracted. My iPad is losing charge, so I'm going to.
Oh, absolutely, man. We don't want you to lose charge at this point in time.
It does not.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Fix the thing. So, folks, of course, we have with us no other than Dr. Winford James out of Tobago. He's a political analyst, and he has decided to join us. And, we are liaising with him. And, whenever Dr. James comes into the village, he's always eloquent and very giving us a lot of information, from a political analyst perspective in Trinidad and Tobago. So let's just do this. Let's go here. Yeah, so he always gives us a perspective of what's going on in Tobago. And, I just wanted to ask him that question with respect to a conflict of interest, because it seemed to me that there are so many other conflicts of interest in Trinidad and Tobago, and it seemed like people are just jumping on this one issue here, but not looking at the other issues that may also be conflicts of interest. I mean, we had to look at it from both sides of the coin. You just can't look at it from one side. But, sometimes some of us decide that we are going to look at it from one perspective rather than looking at it, from both perspectives. So we do have Dr. James here with us. Let me just read some of the quotes. I think I'm going to talk to this point here that Ron DMC talks about. We just lost him. Winford, tell them that you said that Dr. Rowley caused the demise of the PNM in Tobago. We're definitely going to ask that. We're going to put that into a question, and that statement into a question, and ask him that question as well. All right. So Rose, you're inside. Welcome. Rose is inside. Oh yeah. Listen. Ronnie Roberts says Dr. James got a good bashing from callers from the PNM station. If it was the other way around, it would have been highly commented. Listen, man.
Oh, God.
It's like me, man. I just get bashing left, right, and center.
You got to get them PNM some water to drink, because they drunk on Balize juice or
Well, why
sorrel or
not?
something.
Well, you always talk about this Balize juice thing. What's your story? What's your story, yourself? Anthony Victor Badu, welcome. Right, let me see who else in here, boy.
They need to open their eyes, see what's going on. People tired and fed up. They can't go on this way.
You're inside. Troy Smith. You're inside. Who's that? R. Who's R? R. You gotta do a little better than that. Where are you joining us from? You just have R, whatever it is. Hey, Daryl, you're inside, boy. Freedom Fight Movement. Danny, you call that person, right? Huh?
Who's that? Freedom Fight Movement? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, that seems like a new person. Freedom Fight Movement. Can you tell us where you're joining us from? Now, R, who is a PNM operative? Let's get back to Mr.
Is that Stark? I look like Stark to me. I don't know.
Which one? Let's bring back in Dr. James.
Okay. Now you're asking me about the conflict of interest.
Yes, Dr. James, the conflict of interest that we talked about with respect to.
And you know how they answer, you know how they handle that?
Oh.
They handle that by saying, we will recuse ourselves from the meeting in which we have an interest. So Faris Alwari.
Move to your left. Move to your left again. That's a little bit. Move to your left a little bit. There we go. Good.
Faris Alwari.
Yes.
Finds himself in a situation where he's renting buildings to the government. So correct. He's receiving he's receiving income from elsewhere. But all he has to do is to say, I'm recusing myself from this particular meeting because I have an interest here. Yeah? So that's one of the questions we have to sort out. Whether, in fact, Duke could have recused himself when other matters came up. But then others countered by saying that would happen so many times that it wouldn't make any sense Duke staying on as Deputy Chief Secretary. It's far easier, far less messy to, in fact, not have to recuse yourself as often. Right? So I'm just saying that conflict of interest arises almost everywhere. But if we are to apply a standard, you must apply it even-handedly.
So, Dr. James, someone had made a statement, right? And I'm going to paraphrase for that person and put it into a question. Do you believe it's Dr. Rowley's leadership that caused the demise of the PNM in Tobago in this recent Tobago House of Assembly election?
I would say it is his leadership in great part, but it's not only his leadership. I think he was not credible in the eyes of the electorate. I think that there were a number of statements that he made that turned off, alienated the Tobagonian voter. That's what I think, right? But I would not blame him entirely for the loss. I think also the performance of the THA was heavily on people's minds, right? There was loud talk of victimization from the PNM-led THA. There were loud shouts of corruption. There were loud shouts of monopolization of the contracts for PNM people. Good. I know people think that I exist to support the PNM. They're very wrong in that. I pride myself on being an independent thinker. There have been times when I have supported the PNM in the past on national issues and Tobogonian issues. And there have been times, more times than not, there have been times when I have disagreed with them. In fact, we don't share the same political philosophy. But there are people who just simply condemn while lacking the ability to explain the basis of their condemnation. We must not be troubled by these people. They waste. They are PNM activists, most of them. They troll people like me, but they cannot take a single argument that I present and, show the weaknesses of the argument and tear it to shreds. No, because that's not their function. Their function is to try to bring down people like me. When they need people like me, people who are independent-minded and who can swing one way or the other. You understand me, Anselm?
Of course.
Right. So I'm just saying, don't be troubled by those people. We expect them to come out, but they lack the credibility that is required for people to engage with them seriously.
So, Dr. James, I want to add on that point a little bit. And I call it the 4 Ds, right? What they try to do is they try to destroy you. If they cannot destroy you, they try to discredit you. If they cannot discredit you, they try to dismiss you. And if they cannot dismiss you, destroy or discredit you, they try to demonize you. And I face that rat. I call it a rat, but I grew up in Chumaka Clavante, so that kind of thing just roll off my back like water, right? And I know many times when you take a position, for example, the positions that you have taken lately, the PNM people get on your case and say, "Oh God, he's a PDP and he's this and he's that, the other," right?
Yeah.
When I stand up against exile and stranded citizens, they call my UNC, right? They say a UNC now. No, they call him a PDP. Because I want to ask you this question though. Dr. James, CivilNet had many activities in Tobago with respect to the candidates. And not 0.00001 time did any PNM candidate come close to the door of one of those debates. Why do you think that was?
Well, I don't know the reasons that they've advanced because they haven't spoken those reasons in my company. And nobody has, apart from being suspicious, nobody has said to me, they have spoken with some PNM leaders and this is what they think. Yeah? But I suspect that people like me there who are independent-minded will ask some questions that they might regard as embarrassing. So they don't want to take that chance because people like Vanos and me, we don't simply comment on matters that arise in meetings on the media that we chair or participate in. People call me all the time. The media houses call me all the time on a variety of matters on which I have a say to follow. But I think they didn't want to be subjected to the scrutiny that the others have subjected themselves to. And I believe some people made a note of that. Yeah? But I may not be harmless, but you can get along with me if you want to be fair-minded. You see, I don't have to agree with you, nor do you have to agree with me for us to have a conversation. But I want conversations that are, characterized by data, information, and good reason. Yes? So it was unfortunate that CivilNet could not attract the PNM. There was a time when it used to happen, and then it stopped. But I think it's unfortunate that the PNM could not open itself to scrutiny from
James.
people like myself and others, others who are members of CivilNet. By the way, I am not a member of Tobago CivilNet. I am an associate, so to speak. I associate with them. Yeah? Just as I'm not a member of any political party. But you see, the PNM has been a self-righteous party for a long, long time. Their sense of right is the only sense of right. They're the ones who can impute motives to people. Nobody else has that right. You follow? But you cannot talk like that to a fellow like me. For most of my adult life, I have been an adult. I have been a critical thinker. I have trained students to think critically, not to agree with me, but to underlie their viewpoints with evidence, with facts, and with good reason. Yeah? So people who, many of them have not gone very far in school, want to engage with people like me, they have to go and come again, as they say. Yes? Answer?
Yeah. Tommy, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to ask Dr. James if it is possible that we can have a what we would call
Could
a
you speak
healthy.
up? I can't hear you very well.
Yes, speak up, Tommy.
Is it possible that we can have a healthy democratic situation or process being taken place with one opposing member?
That's an interesting question. First of all, let me point out that it's the people who did this. The people, in concert with their democracy, their sense of democracy and their own belief, they are the ones who return the result that we are probably querying now, right? The people are sending a message to the political parties that we really don't so much want to hear the PNM as we want to hear the PDP. And let me remind you, sir, that I don't remember the year now, but there was an election in which the PNM won all 12 seats. All 12. And I even suggested to Mr. London that he appoint one of the losing candidates as the minority leader in the House of Assembly. And he did not follow that advice, but it happened already. In fact, the PNM were in charge fully, not mostly as has happened this time around, where the PDP has won 14 to their 1. The PNM won all 12 seats. Now, to answer the question more particularly, is that good for democracy? Well, because the democracy comes in different chunks of time and it changes all the time. This victory is for 4 years, right? And the people are saying, look, we are giving you the license to institute the projects that you've promised us to institute, or some of them at least, over the 5 years, and we don't want you to get too much trouble in the House. And by the way, let me just tell you, in the Tobago House of Assembly, there's no such thing as special majority voting. It's a simple majority voting. In any event, Parliament, in the way that it has constructed the law, gives the government in charge of the day, that is the Dr. Rowley's government, the power to override any policy made in Tobago that the cabinet does not agree with. So even the numbers don't really prevent the PDP from governing as they want to in relation to the projects that they have in mind. But overall, I would say that a democracy needs two vibrant parties at least. And there are some countries where you have 3, 4 vibrant parties. They are very small compared to the ones that win, but they exist to team up with the mainstream parties to form a government. Sometimes, in fact, countries are run by a minority government because that's the minority is the biggest slice they can have, right? And obviously, an election can be called almost at any point if there is enough dissatisfaction in the coalition that runs the government. You with me there, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm saying, to answer that question, it's not going to make a difference in Tobago, because even if the PLM had more seats, they could not prevent the except from
Winners.
a psychological perspective, except from the perspective that, well, the people did not give you a complete mandate. So listen to what we as opposition have to say. While apart from that, from a legal point of view, the party that wins the most seats can win, whether it has a majority of 1 or a majority of 14.
So, Dr. James, move to your left a little bit for me. I like you to see in the middle of the screen a little bit. Move to your left.
Sorry?
Move to your left a little bit for me, because you
Okay.
move to your left. There we go. Right, good, great. I like right, good there. So Dr. James, we see what happened in Tobago with a tsunami 14-1 victory. Looking into your crystal ball, could that same thing ever happen after the PNM ruling for 21 years in Tobago, and the people of Lavantel, I'm being specific to Lavantel because I'm from Chumakak, Lavantel, and the people of Chumakak, the people of Lavantel have never forsaken the PNM, even when it was 33-3.
They have never, sorry, I missed that.
They have never forsaken the PNM, and they have always supported the PNM.
Right.
It's one of those constituencies that have never left the PNM, but have been abused by the PNM more than any other constituency in politics across Trinidad and Tobago. Do you see that the people who live in Lavantel will think differently now because of what happened in Tobago?
It is possible, but old habits die hard, right? And remember, Tobago is different from Trinidad in terms of voting patterns, in terms of the culture, right? You must remember that. So one can't make the leap easily so, facilely so, to say, well, okay, because Tobago has rejected the PNM, Trinidad, Afro-Trinidad, especially Afro-Trinidad in the depressed communities, will also reject the PNM. It doesn't quite work that way. And one of the reasons why it doesn't quite work that way is ethnicity and race. In Trinidad, the politics is heavily ethnicity, race-based. Of course, you do have people who are voting by the use of their independent minds, people who are voting on what they regard as the issues. And you must remember as well, that for the longest while, it is the swing vote that has enabled governments to form. And sometimes a swing vote, well, these days, I should say, the swing vote votes a government out of power more than it votes the opposition into power.
Correct.
Yes?
Correct.
It's a swing vote. It's a swing vote comprised of independent-minded citizens and comprised of people across the ethnic divide who have decided that they're going to vote in relation to issues. Yes? That change comes about. But it's heavily, if you look at where people live, Afros generally live by themselves. Not that there aren't indoors among them. And the converse is true. Among where the Indians, in their majority, they will find a few Afros. So we don't even live in the
Top of the
same
hour.
places, in the same places of this country.
All
And
right,
where
I got it.
we
Yeah.
hello, we congregate along ethnic lines, right?
Mhm.
And not enough people have reached the level of independence of thinking um, to say, I am no longer going this route. So it's difficult to say that your Chumaka people community will say, well, the Tobagonians have done a good thing here because they were dissatisfied with the kind of governance that the PNM was offering. We are not satisfied with what PNM was offering, but we will stick. We we will either stick with them or not stick with them. Also, so the point is dissatisfaction among the PNM camps does not automatically lead to a rejection at the ballot for the PNM.
So,
Is
Dr.
that
James,
okay?
just stick and stay for 1 minute. We got to go for a quick station identification. Stick and stay
Okay.
1 minute. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us, political analyst Dr. Winford James, and he has joined us, and we are talking about THA election and many other things.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, if you just tune in, we have with us Dr. Winford James, and he has joined us from Tobago. And we are talking all things THA election, all things Trinidad, all things, whatever we want to talk about tonight. So yes, so you were saying that we cannot look at what happened in Tobago and automatically say that the same thing might happen in Trinidad in a constituency like Chumaca, in a constituency like Lavantil, for example. Correct?
Yes. Yeah. Even if Tobago inspires Afro Trinidad,
Mm-hmm. So,
which I'm sure it has done.
Yeah, man. My father and them in Tobago, they're not easy. They are different people, very different people. So, Dr. James, I wanted to add this point, right? Going back to the civil net point, is that we here at WZYE 95.9 FM have invited the leader of the PNM, Tracy Davidson Celestin. We reached out to Joel Jack, reached out to the chairman of the PNM, Stanford Calendar, who's no longer chairman, and we have reached out to other individuals on the ground to bring PNM candidates so we can have a broad discussion in the village with the DAG Triplets. And I have to tell you, Dr. James, that we were very unsuccessful. So CivilNet and us basically are in the same boat, right? However, Dr. James, we invited the leader of the IDA, Dr. Soyofat. She came. We invited the leader of the PDP, Mr. Watson Yuki, came. We invited the deputy political leader of the PDP, Fali Chavez Acostin. He came. We invited the other deputy political leader, Dr. Faith B. Israel. They came. And we invited several other people from the PDP, and they all came. Right? So I didn't understand why the PNM felt they were so big, high, and mighty, and us here in the diaspora treating us like if we are second-class citizens.
Okay.
Help us with that now. Help us.
Well, I can't help you there. PNM people have to change their policy. It seems to me if they want to participate in the advancement of the democracy that we are building here, they've got to change the way they're doing things, because people are making note in this 21st century where information is available once you have a cell phone or a tablet very easily, things that are more mobile than that's the desktop. when you have information, you're walking around with a tool that gives you information almost instantaneously as events occur. Then you have to ask yourself if people are going to be impressed by your willingness to share your ideas, regardless of your suspicion about the people that you are sitting with or the moderator and so on. You have a tongue in your head, you have policies, and you are there to defend them. And there are always going to be people who have different views from the ones that you have. So that's something for the PNM to work on. If they feel that they can live with that, well, so be it. The democracy will continue. People will make up their minds in various ways, right? But it's not going to be a policy that is attractive, if you ask me, to many people. Those days are over. I think the kind of politics the PNM has been running, I am hoping that their time span has come to an end. And people are going to be bolder in the expression of their ideas. You follow? And that is good for democracy. We want younger people in particular to reshape the society in accordance with their wits. And we want the thing to be dynamic. And you can't separate yourself from other people and want to still rule them. So I think it's an ill-advised policy, but they will have to come to that understanding themselves, and I suppose the only way that can change is when you bring in new people. Old people who are accustomed to the same sterile ways continue. You're not going to get the change. But if you have agile-minded, fertile-minded people, and the PNM has such people, it's just that their voices are not in the limelight.
So, Dr.
James,
James,
have to suffer the consequences.
Right, Dr. James, as a political analyst, right, we have seen the resignation of the chairman of the PNM, Stanford Callender, and just today we see the other resignation of the public relation officer of the PNM, Kwesi Devines.
Right.
He has resigned from his position as public relations officer. Do you believe that?
I think also, Anselm, that the lady vice chairman, is it?
Or the lady vice chairman?
Is it Marcelin Melville Jack?
Oh, okay.
Resigned.
So, all right. So
there's
a
another
domino
person
effect.
who also has resigned, Kirk Salandi. I think he's the education officer. So far as I know, there are about 4 people who have resigned.
So do you believe that the PNM needs a new breed of faces in Tobago in order to actually, come in 2025, that they can no longer, they are basically a damaged party led by, CDC? TDC, excuse me.
Yes, I know. I am one of those people who believe in having a mixture of the older voices and the new voices. There's a thing called institutional memory. There's something called continuity. You have to have the older heads there alongside the younger people who are coming in with different and fresher ideas. So I believe you should have a mix of the two. But in the case of the resignations, to which we have just referred, it is the proper democratic behavior that interests me here. What is the proper democratic behavior? If you lose an election by the margin that you have lost, 14-1, shouldn't you offer your resignation to the party and let the party decide either to keep you or change you? Isn't that the better democratic way, rather than to continue to hold office, right? Because you are in charge at that point in time. In any case, you are in charge, and you have become so enamored of office and the perks of office that you don't want to give it up. What message are you sending to electorate, to the electorate, and to even the younger people in the party who are coming in? If you hold on to power, if you don't give them a sense of integrity here, by in fact doing what Stanford has done.
Mm.
I know what TDC has said. She has said that you can't do it in a haphazard way. But I don't know that the resignation is a haphazard that has been effected in a haphazard way. The party has its mechanisms, to handle many of the things that arise. You know what I mean? But I think somebody has to take responsibility, and I mean somebody in Tobago, take responsibility for what has happened to the party. A party that has been running Tobago, or had been running Tobago for 21 years straight. Yeah? This is something that calls for more than introspection. Seems to me to call for change. A change in the bodies that are in the leadership. Yeah? I don't know all the rules and regulations that they have, but I suspect more people will resign, and that will force the PNM, to take action.
So, Dr. James, someone says, Albert Montana asks a question. Dr. James, will you say that the infrastructure in Tobago over the last 40 years should be much better if Tobago wants to push tourism industry?
If Tobago did not what?
If Tobago wants to push tourism industry.
To fix the tourism industry?
No, if they want to push the tourism industry.
I am not getting that verb.
So let me say this. Let me repeat it. Dr. James, would you say the infrastructure in Tobago over the last 40 years should be much better if Tobago want to push tourism industry? Push tourism industry.
Promote.
They want to promote tourism
promote,
industry.
I understand that, yes.
Yes.
That's a big question. Tourism has not worked for Tobago in the way that Tobago has wanted. Some of the best parts of the tourism industry are the people who come from Trinidad, the local tourists who come to Tobago to have a time of relaxation. The prices are good. The island, of course, is serene. It is the pace of life is measured, right? Crime is hardly a factor, although any crime in Tobago must be resisted. Local tourism has bailed out tourism in Tobago. Local tourists have bailed out Tobago, which they can't do now because the society is still closed down. Some of the installations, some of the plant have closed, and I don't know if they can recover. Yeah, but a major point I want to make is that there's a kind of tourism across the Caribbean that has not worked for the Caribbean. It has not given us a good enough per capita income, right? As other kinds of tourism that we can find in other places of the world. We use sun, sea, and sand. Jamaica, which is the showcase country for that kind of tourism, has some of the most elite hotels along the north coast, and yet their per capita income is about $5,600. Hardly nothing to shout about at all. So the point I'm making here is, how do we fix tourism in Tobago? It used to be, when the PNM took over, it was the arrivals were over 88,000, right? With the PNM in charge, that number dwindled to about 16 to 19,000 arrivals. Yeah. It's not only the PNM's policy that hasn't worked, although the the narrow policy seemed to have worked better than the PNM policy. So the question arises, how do you fix tourism in Tobago? It seems to me you have to come up with a different kind of tourism from sun, sea, and sand. And I recommend to my listeners, those who are unbiased, who understand the value of data to the formulation of policy. I hope that those people will look to at least two places here in our Caribbean. Cayman Islands, that has a per capita income, doesn't have oil and gas, and doesn't have the sun, sea, and sand tourism. And they have a per capita income of $96,000. Yeah? And then Bermuda, which is even smaller than Tobago, has a per capita income of 116 thereabouts $1,000. We're talking US dollars. And they have tailored their tourism to suit their circumstances. So, yeah, I don't know if that is answering the question from the viewer.
Dr. J, I have a question. The crime rate in Trinidad and Tobago. If you have to fix, if you're going to address tourism, you have to address the crime too, because I don't want to go there and I'm not going to feel safe. How don't you have to address the crime rate, the criminal element?
The Tobago crime rate, as I said, no crime in Tobago would please me. But the Tobago crime rate is not serious enough to disallow tourists from coming or dissuade people from coming.
But they're linked to Trinidad.
Small. Whether they are small or big, we must push against them, right? But what I'm saying to you is that the numbers are so small that they really cannot dissuade tourists from coming. The island is basically crime-free. Yes?
But when you're doing a search, like myself, I'm a born Trinbagonian. A person who isn't born there, when they're going to do an internet search, they're going to put in Trinidad and Tobago. It's going to come up like that. So all information linked to both islands is going to populate their screen, which might be a deterrent, the criminal element, you see? So how do you, without...
It's how you market the island. You can market Trinidad in a way that is different from the way you market Tobago. And you can make that distinction online. There's nothing that prevents you from doing that. And there's a way to communicate your message that will make the potential tourist understand that there's a major distinction to be observed between the two islands, even though they belong to the same polity. They belong to the same state, right? But Tobago can't wait for the crime in Trinidad, which is abominable, to be fixed before it deepens its touristic trust. You follow what I'm saying? It can't wait until the Trinidad crime is fixed. Otherwise, nothing would happen. So,
Dr. Jim,
we must pay attention to the need to fix crime in Trinidad. But as we fix crime in Trinidad or attempt to do so, Tobago has to go along with its tourism product. What I am saying to you is that the tourism product is probably one of the weakest in the Caribbean. And in the Caribbean, that is doing better than Tobago, things are not rosy in the least. That's the point I'm making. And we have to create a brand of tourism that is suited to our circumstances in a way that we don't have the time to go through here tonight. But I offer you the approach. Yes, ma'am. Ask your question now.
In tourism, right, there's also a mystique. Like I want to go to Monaco. That's one of my dreams. So the mystery of Monaco, drives me into wanting to go visit Monaco. So how do you make Tobago mystical, send a message, a mystical? When you hear Jamaica, Bob Marley, everybody knows who Bob Marley is. Who do you take to the forefront, link them to Trinidad and Tobago, and, make Trinidad and Tobago a desirable place to come. And to lengthen my question just a bit, those criminal areas that a lot of crime is reported from, there's a lot of history. There's a lot of history in Laventille. Nobody's seeking to capture that and make it sort of a bus tour, and engage the locals and create employment. People can sell stuff along the way when the tourists come. Everybody just seems to want to chastise Laventille and the East Port of Spain area. There's a lot of history within Port of Spain. So how do we capture and offer economic opportunity, access to capital for those youth who live in that area, and engage them, wholeheartedly with the tourism element?
You seem to be asking two questions in one there, Diane.
I'm
And
sorry.
I understand the two questions to be, if Tobago has a mystique, we must promote tourism based on that mystique. I think that's one. And two, the depressed areas in Trinidad that are producing crime, also it is claimed, can be rehabilitated by rational policy, a rational development policy, which depends on the government and the communities themselves. So yes, I'm one of those people. I'm with you. Not that you have set out all your position on how those areas that are crime infested can be rehabilitated, but you are very sure, as I am, that we can change people's lives there by doing a number of things that give the people hope. And I cannot make the point without saying Laventille needs better education. Laventille needs better infrastructure. Laventille needs development projects that the inhabitants there, the residents of Laventille, can participate in their own self-development. Yeah? It's been going on for too long where these societies are sidelined and marginalized. Policy, rational policy, at the heart of which must be a particular kind of education that gives them, that deepens their integrity, that promotes their self-confidence and their respect. That can happen, but it has not happened in Trinidad. The mystique, Tobago has more of a mystique than Trinidad, I think. And if you think that we can develop the product around that mystique more than we have done so far, then you must contribute that idea or to the society by not only writing to the powers that be, but by talking about it all the time. Yeah? But Tobago, quite apart from the natural mystique, the mystique that you find, for example, in the main ridge, where you have the what do you call that thing again? The forest reserve, right? You know that there are let's say species of flora and fauna that are unique to Tobago, right? And it's one of the attractions, frankly, Tobago has for the visiting rest of the world, right? But Tobago also needs to develop healthcare, develop education for both domestic consumption and for export consumption. So we need to, as they're doing in Cayman Islands and Bermuda, we need to develop a product and show and put in place the mechanism and the tools that would sharpen that project for international competitiveness. Yes? We've got to do that. And part of that is to develop the domestic, what we call the domestic capital of Tobago, in order to achieve that. In Cayman Islands, for example, they don't have these elite hotels that I refer to in respect of Jamaica. But what they do have is high-class guest house type, family house type tourism, where people come not simply for a day or a week, but they Some of them come for 15 days, a fortnight, that is a month, 2 months, because of the difference in the tourism. You don't need to have these mega hotels in order to have a good tourism plan. Yeah? But you do have to have quality. You do have to have hotels that are married and are aligned to the needs of the visitor. And you have to have the highest quality. And you can only do that through a particular kind of education. And of course, you have to attract people to come. So how you price and how you deliver your service is going to be important. Now, Diane, mind you made me talk this long, although I told you that this would take a lot of discoursing, which we don't have the time on Slem's
Here,
program.
you want some of my water, sir? Here, I can share my water with you.
So Dr. James, here's another question, right? The question says, do you think that the PNM is not the same since Dr. Rowley took over 6 years?
No,
years
I
ago.
don't. I think it's the same PNM.
You think it's the same
Dr.
PNM?
Rowley has done is to continue promoting that PNM in Tobago. Dr. Rowley is part of the problem of Tobago's dependency on Trinidad. What he has done is to take steps to continue and deepen that dependency on Trinidad. That's all he knows. Dr. Rowley has not once taken ideas from people like me for a different view of Tobago, a different position on Tobago. And I mean, I'm talking about rational discussion, an analysis of the ideas, the proposal we have come up with. The last statement I heard was about a week or two ago, talking about the PNM not agreeing with the kind of autonomy that Tobago, the rest of Tobago is talking about. And he was describing that as secession. He remember their advertisement during the hustings was that Duke in particular and Farley have been pushing secession. And Dr. Rowley was telling us, which Harding the Tobagonian talks about, that Tobago was pushing secession. Far from the truth. Tobago is not interested in secession except as a theoretical possibility. But nobody seriously does. I mean, very few people seriously consider secession as an option. We want to stay together. But we want to manage our own affairs in ways that Trinidad does not need to get involved. And Trinidad must manage its own affairs as well. And we can have a way of regarding matters that relate to the two islands. In other words, something federalistic. Right now, we are not talking about separating from Trinidad. We are talking about becoming more and more independent in terms of something called self-determination. Again, we don't have the time to discuss self-determination and equality of status. Yeah? And there are ways to get the self-determination going. That's what we are talking about. Rowley sees what people like me are talking about as secession. I am not a secessionist, but I do have lots of ideas with respect to how we can make Tobago manage its own affairs in a way that Trinidad doesn't have to be involved. Of course, they have to be interested, right? But if I want to manage my land, the land in Tobago in a particular way, Town and Country must not tell us that. They are the ones who are in control now. We have a government THA, but Town and Country, which is an agent of the state, an agent in Trinidad, tells us how we are going to manage our land. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous in the 21st century that you can have that happening. Other people managing, your land and some of the other properties that you have in Tobagonian space.
Dr. James, it's interesting that you talk about the PNM not taking ideas from you, but you're not by yourself, because I, who have been residing in America for over 40-something years now, teach global business organizational behavior and principles of business management at a university here in New Jersey. And I have brought several ideas to the People's National Movement. And there's one thing that have been consistent. They have all ended up with salt. You know these slang when they say salt, right? You know what that means, right?
They ended up in what?
With salt. As actually slang, I've been here 44 years. Salt means you get nothing. You make a duck. Like you play for the West Indies, and you open, and you make a duck, right? They put it on to number 3. To bat, you make a duck again. They try you come and bring you number 4. You make a duck again. They bring you number 8. You make a duck again. They bring you number 9. You make a duck, and finally they just decide, look, you only making duck, so we ain't wasting the time with you anymore. That's what has happened with every single proposal I've brought to the government of Trinidad and Tobago for a betterment of Trinidad and Tobago.
They out here for duck.
Out here for duck.
And what happened now? You have become tired of batting?
No, I never become tired of batting.
Okay, so you're still batting and you're probably bowling as well.
Well, yes, I all wrong you know.
Right,
A bad bowler and wicket keep.
Right.
Yeah. Watch now.
Remember the PNM, it's two ways PNM run this country in a sense. One is take instructions from the 1%ers. Yeah?
Okay. Yeah.
And secondly, you have to be part of the party machinery. If you are outside of the party machinery and you are Afro, you can be regarded as an enemy. Yeah?
Yeah.
So the Prime Minister has seen people like me, and he said it plainly, as enemies, simply because we don't align ourselves with PNM thought. Yeah? And certainly hardly any Tobagonian has the wealth to influence government policy. You know, without my having to say, who the people are who have the wealth and who affect government policy. You know that. The economists tell us that all the time. They're the ones who own manufacturing. They're the ones who own production, the production plants and so on. They're the ones who own most of the, the shopping malls and so on in the country. Yeah? They're the ones who buy the most lucrative franchises from the United States. They have the money. Huh? And they belong, ethnically speaking, to the smallest ethnicity in the country.
Less than 5,000 of them.
This has been going on for years, you know. Yeah. So I know you have boasted in the past. I don't know. You seem to have a gumption that I can't quite understand, Anselm, but you have boasted in the past of being a loyal PNM member. Have you not?
Dr. James, let me say this, right? Dr. James, you know, sometimes you get into relationships, and these relationships could be an abusive relationship, right?
Yes.
Right? And where I grew up in Chumakak, we have been in an abusive relationship with the PNM for over 100 years, right? It's been so much abuse that you cannot count when they even wasn't in power.
Yeah.
And there comes a point in time when you have to now sit back and reflect and say, you know, do you want to continue in an abusive relationship?
Yeah. And as you reflect, Anselm, you must remember Francine's song. You remember Francine?
Singing Francine, yes.
Yes. You remember that song?
No, I don't remember that song.
Dog does
run away. Cat does run away when you're treating them bad. Yes,
yeah. I have to say, Dr. James, that the treatment that I have gotten from the People's National Movement as a person in this country and a person from Chumaka Claventil and fighting for Chumaka Claventil.
Yeah.
I have to say that the PNM is a wicked party. Let me repeat that. If you went outside to run or something, the PNM is a wicked party. And we're going to close with this, Dr. James. And here is why, Dr. James.
Yes.
Dr. James, for 15 years, 3 buildings have been sitting in Chumakak Laventil unpainted.
Yeah.
For a decade. An abandoned, a building that burned down in Chumakak Laventil in 2011, still sitting there in 2021, 6
Wow.
years under the PNM. And these are the same people from Laventil who have never forsaken the PNM. And all the PNM are good to do is to abuse them left, right, and center because they are the
Because you
most.
see, you guys are a vote bank. That's what you are.
No, I understand that. But Dr. James, the day is coming. The day is coming. Frederick Douglass says, power concedes nothing without a demand. The
Right.
day is coming, Dr. James, because it took the people in Tobago 21 years. It's taking the people in Laventil and environs a little longer, but that day is going to come soon, Dr. James. So, Dr.
Right.
James, before you go, if you had to send a message to the Prime Minister, a new message to the Prime Minister, what would be your message to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr.
I mean, based on one, because you had me send a message sometime before. In relation to what?
Well, a message in relation to, the way how he should be looking forward after this defeat in Tobago. What are some of the things that he should be doing, or what are some of the takeaways he should be taking from this tsunami in Tobago?
Oh, but I think that he must engage in regular conversation with the Tobago House of Assembly and ease its access to funds for developing the country, the island. Yes? He must present an attitude that suggests that he is as accommodating to the PDP as he was accommodating to the PNM-led House of Assembly. I think he must also, more respectfully than he has, engage those Tobagonians who have a different sense of, how the island must be developed, how the island must be run, the legislative infrastructure that must underline development. He must be more respectful in his engagement with those people who promote that kind of idea, who prosecute that kind of idea. I think he must show himself to be as Tobagonian as he is Trinidadian. Perhaps show himself as being more Tobagonian than he is Trinidadian. Yes? Let him come talk with us respectfully. Yes? Let him come into the thing, not with the sense that his ideas are right, but he has ideas just like anybody else, and all the ideas must contend. There should be no a priori advantage for him simply because he's Prime Minister and also leader of the political leader of the PNM. That's a mouthful, Anselm.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. James, we want to say thank you so very kindly for joining us. It's always a pleasure when you come and you are eloquent as usual, and you come into the vision. Every time I call on you, you always come. I appreciate it. And say hello to your brother, Dr. Vanis James, for me.
My brother, my brethren, listen.
Yeah.
It is my duty, Slim, as one of the senior scholars in the island and in the country, to help where help is asked for. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Once I have the time, I will be willing to help. I'm not saying that my ideas are the only right ideas. I'm just saying, if this country educated me, right? And I'm always grateful for the education it has given me. It's my way of giving back. You follow? Mm-hmm. But I give back from an independent perspective. Never mind what my detractors say. No party owns me, Anselm. Mm-hmm. And I am always willing to defend my perspectives with the same kinds of bases that I call upon my detractors to use. Okay? Mm-hmm. So once you call and I have the time, and I believe I have some knowledge about the issue, I will oblige.
Again, Dr. James, thank you so very kindly. We appreciate you.
Okay, then. See you all.
Thank you, Dr. James.
Okay, Diane, where's Mark? Is Mark, you said?
Thank you.
Yeah, Tommy.
No, Tommy.
more or
Tom.
less muted. I don't know if you muted his mic, Anselm.
Now I mute the mic one. Thank you, Dr. James.
Okay,
Take
boy.
care. All
All
right.
right, take
Bye-bye.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, folks, there you have it. And we have our next surprise guest. We already have him in the background. And I'm going to bring him in now. But I just want to say, Erica, welcome. Erica John from Chumaka Clavantel Boy in the planning, right? Building 1, apartment 1-2. I live in building 1, apartment 2-1. So, Erica, welcome to Individuals. We know you've been here, Erica, but Erica says Laventel have been loyal to the PNM for decades. Decades. Ever since I'm a little fella running around naked up in Chumaka Clavantel, we was voting for the PNM. Running around naked.
You know, but
Imagine
what's,
that, Anna. Hey, Anna.
Shame.
Anna,
no, but getting back to
we have a
Tobago
next
though,
guest, right?
Anselm.
Huh?
Getting
Say
back
that
to
again?
Tobago, the THA don't have that much power.
No, they have what do you mean? They have power, man.
Yeah, because I mean, listen to what Dr. James says. Trinidad could override whatever they do.
No,
What they
No.
plan.
there's certain things
No.
they have power in.
No.
So Tommy,
He,
hold that
he
thought.
said,
Let me bring in Clyde Weatherhead in here. I actually called him at the last minute, and he was nice enough, to take my call and to join us in the village. Clyde, welcome to In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, DAG is Diana. Diana is considered to be the storm. I am Ansam. They call me Flash or Wall Street. G is Gary. Gary is considered to be the phantom, and we have a fourth individual, Tommy, who is the one you are hearing in the background. Tommy is a commissioner here in Newark, New Jersey. And just so you guys know, Clyde is a director, principal consultant at Workplace Info TT. The man had he have done a lot of things. Attorney at law, former lecturer in employment relation, negotiation at Roy Tech, former law and industrial relation lecturer at Custard, and it goes on and on and on and on. Clyde, welcome to In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM.
Hello, good evening, Anselm, and good evening to your audiences.
Well, Clyde, the reason why I brought you in, right, I saw your perspective on Watson Duke being the Deputy Chief Secretary of the THA and his position as PSA President, excuse me. And your belief that he could hold both positions, is that accurate? Or tell me what your belief is. Let me put it that way.
I am saying, Anselm, that there has been a big noise and shout in this country that from the time Duke became Deputy Chief Secretary, that he should have left the PSA. That is what the AG has said. That is what some people from the PSA have said. That is what some people otherwise have said. I am saying that I agree. You cannot hold two full-time positions and hold them efficiently, even if it is possible to do it. So that I have said repeatedly in my posts and my letter to the newspapers that Duke has choices to make. Now, the point is, the way the AG has written to the THA, possibly even before they were sworn in, and telling them this is an issue about the Constitution and blah, blah, blah. It is as though we want to tell Duke, listen, you may be in a position of conflict if you are part of the executive of the THA and the executive of the PSA. And if there is a conflicts of interest are to be managed and resolved. They are not a death sentence. So if there's a choice to be made, it is for Duke to make the choice. We should not be imposing a choice on him. Suppose Duke decides, listen, let me just remain an assemblyman, not in the executive, and I will remain president of the PSC. What are they going to say then? He's been in that position for about almost 8 years as an assemblyman already.
Mm-hmm.
So what are they going to say? He can make that choice. He can make the choice of giving up the position in the PSA. But this is his choice to make. Basdeo Pandey became the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and he was the president of the All Trinidad Sugar Workers Union. A year or so later, he made a choice and he left the union position. And he was the Prime Minister in charge of the whole country. So what is this rush that the AG feels he must write to the THA and say, make a choice and make a decision and blah, blah, blah. Is he in charge of the THA? The chief secretary is in charge, not him. So what is this rush?
But do you think that just continue the demonization of Watson Solomon Duke? This part of the continuous demonization of him?
Well, I am not getting into that aspect of things. I have looked at this matter from the standpoint of our history, because the reasons people are given to say he should leave the presidency of the PSA are several. One, they say he cannot serve two masters at the same time. Well, that's a nice cliche. But no elected official of the THA is an employer in law of any employee in the THA, just as no government minister is an employee of any public officer or contract worker in the public service. The employer in the central government situation is the chief personnel officer in the case of public officers, or the permanent secretary of the ministry in the case of contract employees. In the THA, the chief administrator is the employer. I have done matters with the THA involving THA employees, and you do not sue a secretary for breach of contract. You sue the chief administrator. So, first of all, that is a fallacy. An elected official is not an employer of any public employee. And you could go back to the whole question of Endel Thomas's case, in which the Privy Council reminded this country that we put service commissions into the Constitution at independence to avoid political interference and intervention in employment matters in the public service. So ministers do not hire or fire anybody. No secretary hire or fires. But over the years, what they have done is they've tried to erode or get rid of the service commissions. And in the case of the THA is the largest employer in Tobago, and no secretary is the employer. So what they have done is that using contract employment rather than the normal public service way of employing people, hired by an independent service commission, and falling in law as employees under the CPO for certain things and under the commission for certain things. What they have done as political persons in the executive, and I'm saying this regardless of party, they have tried to put on themselves the power to hire and fire. So they use contract employment, and they direct or influence the public officer who is the, in fact, employer about who to hire and so on. So that is a fallacy, first of all. So the chief secretary and no secretary of the THA executive is the employer of anybody. So there's no two masters in that sense. Somebody said to me, when I said, Duke, being a trade unionist and being in government, our history is that from the days of Cipriani, to Butler, to APT James, to Basdeo Pandey. They were all trade unionists and holding positions in parliament or in government. So my understanding of the argument is that really behind it is the notion that trade unionists should not be in government. Because somebody said to me, the problem is not so much conflict, it is subversive to the Constitution. So what is subversive? Basdeo Pandey was the Prime Minister of this country and a trade union leader. So what is the subversion? And when we look at this, it says they are saying as well, the THA Act says you cannot hold any other position for reward, profit, or benefit if you are a member of the executive. Now fine, that is true. So I didn't write the law. Parliament passed the THA Act. And they said that the issue is that you cannot hold another position for reward, profit, or benefit. So if you are not benefiting, what is the position? And that is what Duke attempted to do by saying he would relinquish remuneration as president of the PSA. The executive of the PSA then issued a release saying that they took a decision to not pay him. They were wrong because in the PSA's rules, the executive does not have that power. The conference of the PSA, the conference of delegates, is the body of the PSA that fixes the terms and conditions of employment of full-time officers and staff of the PSA, not the executive. So all they could have done possibly was make a recommendation to the conference through the General Council. So they did something wrong. When Duke first said, I will not accept those things, there is absolutely nothing wrong with him saying that. I was Secretary Treasurer and President of the PSA for 7 years. And at no time during those 7 years did I accept the salary fixed for those positions. I accepted less, which was the equal to the pay I received as a loans officer of the ADB, which is where I was employed, and I was a PSA member and got elected into the executive. So there's no rule in the PSA that says the PSA can force somebody to receive a certain amount of money. If somebody chooses not to, and in my case, I never put that for any decision by the executive, the General Council, or the conference. I indicated to the executive and the General Council that I am accepting this amount. So, and I did that on the basis of a principle I understood from the Paris Commune when the workers of Paris established their own governance. They said that officials who are in a representative capacity are to be paid ordinary workers' wages. It's not a benefit. It's not being a representative is not a perk. It's not something to enrich yourself. It is to serve. And that is my understanding. And therefore, I said, while I'm an executive officer of the PSA, in any capacity, I will accept pay equal to what I would have earned in my job.
Right.
The only time I got an increase was when I negotiated a pay increase at the ADB. So I think that is a sound principle.
So, Mr. Weatherhead, do you think the Attorney General is batting out of his crease?
I think the Attorney General, in this sense, he's supposed to be advisor to the government. I don't know, is his letter in the notion of a pre-action protocol that if the Chief Secretary doesn't inform him of Mr. Duke's position within X number of days, what is he going to do? Is he going to take the THA to court? So that is just going to sour relations further between the central government and the THA.
Well, that's why I asked
It
if
is
the
a
batting out of
matter
it.
of choice. And if it is a choice, let Mr. Duke make the choice. We should not be imposing a choice. He has a possibility that he can give up an executive position in the THA. He's been an assemblyman for 2 terms and the PSA president. He can remain in that situation. He can say, well, my boy Fali running things and he doing all right, so I ain't bound to be there. But why are we insisting that he must leave the union position? Let him make that choice.
It's interesting, right? Because I think there are many people who are on your side with respect to him letting him make that choice, and then there are other people, I guess, for political reasons, saying that it's illegal for him to hold both positions. It's illegal for him to be, the deputy, chief in the Tobago House of Assembly, as well as be the PSA president and the chief of the THA. Fali Chavez Augustine said that, they have come to an agreement that within 3 months, Mr. Duke is going to make a decision, and I think he's going to sever ties with the PSA. So, I mean, they have kind of put that to rest. And
Well, that is the THA's business, and that is for them to deal with that. The THA Act says that somebody who is in the executive shall not have any other position from which they are deriving profit, remuneration, or benefit. That's what it says. So this may very well, if the AG decides he want to go the route of litigation and Port Spain is the boss and so on, it is as a management person in this country said to me, this is a new situation. This is not like Butler and Day. This is a new situation. This is not like Panday. These are 2 full-time positions. So if it is a new situation, is our constitution and is the THA Act really dealing with this new circumstance? And if they are not, then it is a matter of working out how to manage the conflict rather than saying we want to impose a choice on Mr. Duke.
So, Clyde, can you stay with us for a few more minutes, because we like to get some feedback from you as well, just quickly on the Tobago House of Assembly election. So we're going to go for a quick station identification. Stay right there. We're going to be right back. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. We have with us here attorney. I'm calling you attorney, Mr. Weatherhead. Attorney Clyde Weatherhead, and also a person who is very active, on social media as well. And that's how I got in contact with him, through social media. So, Mr. Weatherhead.
You say I'm active on social media. I'm a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, and part of the dialogue and discussion in this country is on social media. So I'm part of that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
People on social media have a bad name these days. They say,
yeah. Like I'm active on social media too as well. Mr. Weatherhead, what is your take from what happened in the THA election? What's your take?
In respect of what?
Well, in respect of the PNM losing 14-1 and the PDP, actually going from 2 to 6 to 14.
Well, I think it's a reflection of the thinking of the people of Tobago. The people of Tobago have, since 1977, when A&R Robinson put forward that motion in the parliament for self-determination, been engaged in a fight to have the right to self-determination as a people. In my view, Tobago and Trinidad are two nations with different economies, different cultures, different histories, even different linguistic arrangements, because if a Tobagonian speaks the dialect of Tobago, most Trinidadians won't be able to understand what they're saying.
Correct.
So
Correct.
they are two nations which were brought together by a colonial power for their convenience. You know, Tobago was once governed, according to the English term, governed together with Barbados and so on. And when the Tobago economy collapsed because of the failure of sugar, the English colonialists decided Tobago is too expensive for us to run, so we will join it up with Trinidad. But in the order in council that did that, are you aware that that order said that if the people of Tobago don't want to continue with this thing, they could get out of it?
No, wasn't aware of that.
That is their right to secede. If you go to St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla at independence in their constitution, they included the right to secede. Now, that doesn't mean anybody will secede, but Anguilla, which was the smallest of the three, which has a population much smaller than Tobago, decided they want to secede, and they did. And Anguilla is not starving. Anguilla has no oil and gas. Anguilla is a very flat little island, but they have international cricket going there. They have an international finance sector, which we have been saying we want to build in this country that we have been unable to build, but they have that there. So they are a separate country, having seceded, and they are carrying on their economy and their life. So when the Prime Minister went to Tobago about a week or so before the election and started telling Tobago basically, you can't live without Trinidad, I think it was pretty much taken as an insult by some people, although people were already dissatisfied with what was happening. And then he said at some other point that we are going to have 4 blocks off the east coast of Tobago being put up for bid. The government announced that. So if Tobago seceded from Trinidad, whose oil and gas would that be? Trinidad? It would be Tobago's. So to tell Tobago they will starve if they're not part of Trinidad and Tobago, that too is a fallacy. Like the politician employers.
Well, Mr. Wedhead, we just had Dr. James on here, Dr. Winford James.
Yeah, I heard part of him.
Yeah, and they are saying that Tobago is not, the PDP is not talking secession, they are talking self-governance. Because the PNM used secession on the campaign to say that Tobago wants to move away from Trinidad, right? They want to be separate. And they have said that we are not talking secession. We are talking about self-government. We want to govern ourselves. We don't want to have to go down to Port of Spain, in order to, if I had to sell a piece of land over here, I had to go down to Port of Spain to sell a piece of land. We want to be able to do that ourselves.
Well, that has been the demand since that motion put to the parliament by A&R Robinson and Dr. Murray, and which led to the creation of the THA. The PNM vehemently opposed it, but suddenly, around 2000, or a little later, having been in charge of the THA for 20 years, suddenly the PNM became champions of what they call autonomy. And when the self-government bill went to Parliament, many people in Tobago were not in agreement with the provisions of the Act. So I made a submission to the JSC that was looking at the bill, and my position was these are two nations that were joined in a forced and unequal union by the colonial authorities. Dr. Eric Williams himself says that the union between Trinidad and Tobago can be like the union that the colonialists created if Trinidad operates as though it is a dominant partner and not two partners. So in the self-government bill, it talks about equality of status, but the rest of the provisions of the bill still maintain a position that somehow the central government, which Tobagonians talk about the government in Trinidad, they speak of it that way, that the central government would have some position of dominance over the THA. So the question of equality of status and so on is there. My position is, and I have said it to the JSC, that we should have a provision like St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla for the right to secede, not just for Tobago, for either one. Because what is to say that Trinidad may not want to be on its own? But that is a matter for the people of Tobago or the people of Trinidad to decide. I cannot tell Tobago what to do, nor can Tobago tell Trinidad what to do. But we must have a situation where we have a free and equal union. And to have a free and equal union in life, in marriage, you have the right to divorce. Does that mean that everybody gets divorced?
Mm-hmm.
That is, those are matters. We should be building the relationship between our country on mutual respect and understanding that the people of Tobago are a people and they have goals that they want to achieve, not only for themselves, but as part of a contribution to Trinidad and Tobago.
So Mr. Wellhead, do you think that this 41 in Tobago will have a ripple effect in 2025? Or, as you know, Trinidad and Trinbagonians are 9-day wonders. And come 2025, this will be long forgotten, and they will go back to their normal ways in Trinidad.
Well, no Trinidadian voted in Tobago. So I don't know where normal way in Trinidad comes in. You see, the thing is, the people of Tobago have their issues, they have their perspective, and they acted accordingly after 20 years of PNM in power. Similarly, by 86, when the PNM was in power since 1962, the people of the whole country took the position, well, we've had enough. And they put the PNM out to the 3-3. So what has happened in Tobago is the people of Tobago expressing their dissatisfaction with their situation. That doesn't necessarily translate into something else happening in Trinidad in 2025. Because although we are one country, which they keep using this term unitary state, and that word doesn't even appear in our constitution.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
But as I said, we are two different nations, and the culture of both is different.
Mm-hmm.
So whereas in Trinidad, race is a factor in politics, Tobago is not that. And we have two long-standing parties in Trinidad who assume that they have some God-given right to rule and nobody else does. PDP is what, 5 years old or
5
a
years, yeah,
little bit more
5
than
years.
that,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
So they emerged. Duke took a bold step to run as an independent candidate, and
Yep.
then he formed a party. And as you pointed out, they moved from 2 to 6 to 14 seats. So a third party, quote unquote, in Trinidad has suffered a certain kind of fate because of the way our constitution is constructed, with first past the post and these two monopolies in the politics operating.
Well, Mr. Weatherhead,
So I cannot say
hmm.
that something will happen in 2025 because this happened in the THA election.
but say with that, but isn't this a seismic shift? Because in 2025 now, we have the 2 seats in Tobago, right? We speculating now. We're going to Wall Street. We do like we're gonna buy a stock and we're gonna speculate. We're going back into the 80s when Amazon was $35 and people speculated and they bought Amazon. And if they held it like I should have done, it's like $3,500 today. We're speculating here. So we are saying that based on what happened in Tobago, let's say Tobago happens to, let's say in 2025, PDP is now a national party. PDP is now in Trinidad and they're running and they're contesting all 41 constituencies. And PDP happened to win the 2 Tobago seat and 1 seat in Trinidad. So that make it 3, right? And there is a 1919 tie between the PNM and the UNC, right? That it happened somewhere up the Caribbean where the minority person became the prime minister of the country. Do you see that as a
But
possibility in Trinidad and Tobago?
the PDP doesn't need to become a national party to do that. And they don't need 3 seats. If you have 3 from 41, then you have that situation. But if you have 2 in Tobago, as you had, remember there was a 17-17 tie,
Correct.
and Robinson had 2 seats.
Right.
So I don't
You mean
know that
1818? That was 1818 or something?
that I don't know what the PDP's view is about its role in national politics. It could very well contest the 2 seats in Tobago as it has done in the past and win them, and that would leave the others in Trinidad, and somebody may get what, 20 and the next one get 19. So I don't know that. I mean, the PDP will decide where it wants to go, but I am not, as I am sitting here, I cannot see that they are aiming to be involved in Trinidad aspect of the politics.
Well, the only reason why I asked, right, is because Watson Duke has been on our program, I think about 3 occasions, Diana, Tommy, and Gary, I think on 3 occasions. And we asked him if his party is going to be a national party and contesting the 2025 elections. And he left with no uncertain terms that they will be conducting. I mean, minds could change, of course, but, he left us here saying that, the PDP will be contesting the 2025 general election, as a party, and hopefully
Well,
winning all.
I hope it's the PNM seats they're going after.
Well, if
I hope it's
Mr.
Laventille
Duke
is
said
number
that
one.
to you on your program, I have not
Yeah.
heard him say that in Trinidad, so I don't know. In any case, if the PDP thinks that they could move from a Tobago party to a national party, contesting 41 seats. I was a member of the COP. We contested all the seats in 2007, got more votes than another party. and we ended up with no seats. First past the post makes it almost impossible for a third party, unless there's widespread dissatisfaction, like in 1986, for a third party to win any election in this country.
But you know, Mr. Weather, they said that 5 years ago about the PDP in Tobago. They said the PDP have absolutely no chance of winning any seats in Tobago. And it's my understanding that the first time Duke ran, he didn't win any seats. You know, because he ran as an independent. You know, and then the second time he ran, right, he won 2 seats. That was him and Farley, Chavez Augustine. Both of them won their seats. And then things started to change. So, you know, I'm a person that I say if Mr. Watson Duke and the new THA chief, these guys seem like the guys.
This way. In 2021, in January, and at the time when PDP won the 2 seats, they were the second party. There were 2 parties, the PNM and them. In this election, there's a third party, the IDA.
Correct.
And you see what happened to them. Some of them didn't even vote for themselves. They got 0 vote and all kind of things. So I'm saying first past the post as our electoral system makes it almost impossible for a third party to win any election.
Well, this is what I say, right? I say there was one time that nobody thought that a person could break 4 minutes for a mile. And Roger Bannister came along and broke the 4-minute mile. And since that, hundreds of people have broken the 4-minute mile. So that's just my example.
And that would be in a competition in which all the participants have equal possibility. First past the post is not that. It is a system that is built for so-called 2-party democracy.
So Mr. Weatherhead.
So that's what I'm saying. Unless there's the kind of widespread dissatisfaction as in 1986, a third party can't just look. You remember when the ONR ran the first time? In 1981, and they what Kitchener sang? Not a damn seat for them.
Yeah. We play that here. Not a damn seat for them. Yeah.
So Mr. Weatherhead.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on this is Diana based on the backdrop of the pandemic, people losing their jobs, people got locked out of the country, people becoming homeless, people have to hide their car, people are hungry. Based on this backdrop, you're telling me that another party, whether PDP, whomever, cannot come and give the 2 staunch parties, especially the incumbent, a stiff run for their money and garner enough votes to shift the paradigm? You're telling me that? Because people are suffering under the Dr. Rowley's establishment. I mean, you know, people depressed, people are homeless, they're hungry, they locked them out of the country. Now there's the vaccine issue. There's a whole lot of stuff going on.
Well, ma'am, people were in that position in August last year, and the PNM won the election. So,
a lot of voters were locked out.
Locked out from where?
All right, Anselm. I done with his questions. I done with my questions.
Voters were locked out from where?
What we're saying, Mr. Weather, is that during the pandemic, there were a lot of exiled and stranded citizens who was locked out of Trinidad and Tobago and couldn't come back to Trinidad and Tobago. And a lot of them, we consider them here because we started a program here because we consider them exiled and stranded citizens. And the government had closed the borders and locked them out, and they didn't open back the borders until almost a year later. You know, and many of them,
those Trinis abroad have participated in elections to such an extent that they have decided the outcome of our elections? I don't think
Yeah,
so, sir.
of course. There are many people who come back home to vote.
Yeah,
There are
but do
many
they
people.
vote in numbers to decide an election? I don't think so. I have
Yeah,
looked at election numbers for many years.
well, let me say this. I think it's important for us to look at those numbers because there are many people here in the diaspora who go back home to Trinidad to vote in the elections. There have been plain loads of people who go back to Trinidad to vote in the elections. So until we look at the numbers, I'm not gonna say yes or no because I'm not sure. But I think that's a good stat that we will. I don't even know how we can figure that out anyway. Because if you come back home, nobody don't look at you and tell you you're living in America. Because when you give an address, you give an address. Like if I'm voting in Trinidad, my address is in Trinidad, and I have to do certain things maybe 6 months before the election. I have to make sure my name on the list or whatever. Right? So they don't know if I'm living in foreign. So I don't know if we ever be able to get that type of statistics to show but one thing I can say, we have 350,000 Trinidadians living in the diaspora.
350,000 Trinidadians do not come home to vote, my friend.
No. I never said coming home to vote. We have 350,000 Trinidadians living in the diaspora. We don't know how much come home to vote. Huh?
I know that.
So we don't know how much of them come home to vote. But I think that's a significant amount of Trinidadians. Just like they say in Tobago, there is more Tobagonians living in Trinidad than there are in Tobago. That is something they've been saying lately. Huh?
That's a fact.
Oh yeah. I was unaware of that until I hear people starting to say that. There are more Tobagonians.
Some of them are my neighbors.
Huh?
Some of them are my neighbors.
Okay. Yeah, I was unaware of that because actually my father lives in Tobago.
And answer. I'm gonna take it easy on the gentleman. How many you say out here, Anselm? Give me the number again.
350,000.
Okay. And who did? We were. Let me speak for myself. I don't know about others. I got tired and fed up hearing my women and especially my women locked out and stranded. And I am one of them 350,000. So I can imagine how many more. We constantly have to be Western Union and MoneyGramming and doing and mailing this and sending this and creating hampers. And you think we want to be continually doing this? We want them to be self-sufficient. And under this current establishment, there's no opportunity for that. They're making them hamper reliant people. They're not giving them access to capital. They're not giving them opportunities for job. People are going to school and coming up with all these passes, and there's no opportunity for jobs. And you're telling me what? That somebody can't come and give the PNM a run for their money? Come on. That's what we in the diaspora, we want to see our homeland. We want to see our homeland better.
And I'm repeating myself, unless there's widespread dissatisfaction, the chances of a third party winning an election under first past the post in our electoral system is very slim.
And you see a whole lot of what do you think happened at the Savannah on November 30th? That was the beginning of the dissatisfaction. That's just a smidgeling of the dissatisfaction within the population. Because they were on the, lock and key and they can't do this and they can't do that. But had there been normal, circumstances where this SOE wasn't there, you understand what would have gone on? And they're going to do it again and again. They're not satisfied, Mr. Weatherhead. I'm telling you, people are still leaning on us for assistance.
That's your view, ma'am. I don't necessarily agree with your view, but you have your view.
Oh, Lord, Father. Answer my mute, remember.
So, Mr. Weatherhead, where do you see? So, where do you think? Being that we here had discussions with Mr. Watson Duke, and he said that in 2025 the PDP is going to be a national party, and based on where you sit, you are saying that they're going to have a lot of difficulties if they become a national party in Trinidad and Tobago due to the first past the post system that's currently in place in Trinidad and Tobago. Correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Correct.
So
And
what has to change?
I think he's being
even
very
without
realistic.
first past the post,
Hmm?
you think it's easy to field 41 candidates in an election?
No, I know that's not easy. I know that's not easy. Absolutely, I know that's going to be tough. But then again, think about it this way. In Tobago, they had to combine. They combine with TOP. They combine with that other young ladies' party, the Forwards, the Tobago Forwards. They combine with a lot of other parties in order to field the first 12, the 12 seats the first time. So why
And
can it be the same?
that is very, very instructive. In 2019, with the approach of local government elections, I made an appeal to all the small parties in Trinidad and Tobago to get together and discuss the possibility of working together, first in local government election and then beyond that. But most of them, almost all of them, refused, who don't want to talk to who feel they are the only vehicle to change Trinidad and all that kind of stuff. And they went into the election and got 200 votes per candidate. Then they went into the general election the same way and got 500 votes per candidate. Unless there's a united front to deal with the monopoly in the politics, it is not going to work like that. So what you are saying in terms of the Tobago situation is something I've advocated for, but people are refusing. So they need to smell the coffee and decide whether they want to work together or not. You see, that's what I'm saying to the sister there. It is easy to sit down and say people dissatisfied. The UNC thought people were so dissatisfied last August that they would win election. But it turned out they were wrong. We have to be very careful in making these assessments.
And I want to say that I think I hear you, and I think that what happened in Tobago, a lot of people are looking at it and saying that the PDP now, in order for anything to come together in Trinidad, we got a third party, right? The PDP, based on what they did in Tobago, could have an impact now in Trinidad in bringing people to the fray coming under the PDP banner. That's just my thinking. Because it's going to be under PDP banner. I thought ILP could have done it.
But one of the pressures that they will also face is that in Trinidad, some people will say, where's this Tobago party?
Correct.
You understand?
But I think
we have some ancient prejudices out of that same force union that we are in, that mitigate against our own future as a country. And you hear it regularly. Some people still asking the other day after the election, so Tobago people will no longer be racist against Trinidad Indians. I mean, what is this? Trinidadians go to Tobago to holiday and fet and lime. Tobagonians live there. So when you go in the people place, you can't get on like you are the king and the Raja. You have to respect people. They don't go in Barbados and behave so.
I'd like to piggyback on that because I myself have witnessed, because I go to Tobago a lot. I go to Trinidad, I go to most of the Tobago. I have witnessed the way Tobagonians are treated that are providing services to visitors. They're not treated with respect. I have seen it with my own two eyes. And I had to say something. I said, well, you don't have to throw the thing at the person like that. I mean, come on. And you know, I've seen it. You're right about that. You're absolutely right about that. And I don't know where it comes from because I'm always preaching, because I am exposed to Barbadian culture, having been my relatives there. I always preach to the Trinidad and Tobagonian. If you're born in Trinidad and Tobago, you have one passport, one birth paper. I don't know where to get this, whether you're Indian, African, Asian, Syrian, you're born in Trinidad and Tobago, you have the same passport, the same birth paper. And I don't know why Trinidadian Trinbagonians cannot think that way. I don't know what is this, where this divisiveness come from. I went to school back in the day. I went to a school there. I was exposed to all cultures, St. Augustine Girls High, all religions, all festivities, everything I was exposed to. And I'm tolerant of people until you begin to behave like a 36. But in Trinidad and Tobago, this melting pot of people, it shouldn't be, this race thing. And it needs to stop. That's what's destroying Trinidad. It's destroying. See, Tobago is taken up and they acted as one and got rid of the oppressor. But they got in Trinidad, they're going to continue staying bedfellows with the oppressor. And when things get hard, they want to humbug people. Oh, I can't do this. I need help. But y'all need to get rid of the oppressor and put somebody that will level the playing field for y'all. That's what they need to do.
The problem is that I do not hold the view that any ordinary person in Trinidad and Tobago is racist. But that is a pressure that is being put on us by politicians, and not now, for decades.
And you all should not buy into it.
Well,
why are you buying into it? You're wine and jam together, carnival. You go to school to the same schools, in the same classroom. What you enjoy each other's different festivities. They're up there pushing that agenda so that they can keep you all divided while they continue with the agenda. And for some reason, Trinidadians are not waking up and seeing it. Everybody's a trend. You're born there, you have the same passport and the same birth paper. Stop it. And I also push this agenda. Stop identifying as a UNC and a PNM and identify as a Trinbagonian first and make them work for your finger in the ink. That is what they need to do.
Need to, but divide and rule is a pressure that has been put on our population.
But they need to wake up.
Centuries. And it requires leadership to take us away from that.
They need to wake up because it's foolishness.
And there you go, Mr. Weatherhead. You have said it succinctly. It requires leadership. And you have to have somebody that has the testicular fortitude in order to do that. And what happened is that if I, as a politician, believe I continue down this track and I could become the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, they ain't getting away from that. If you see light at the end of the tunnel and that light is to be the PM and driving PM1, right? You just go continue that road and see what happens. I was driving PM1.
Well, Anselm, that's the depth of the problem. Yeah. That people want to be in office. They don't want to serve the country. They want to be in office.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that people, most of these politicians, most of them, not all of them, most of them want to driving a Prado, right? They could order a Prado once every 2 years. They could order a new vehicle. Listen, I'm okay with them and the perks, eh? I'm okay, right? But timing is important of when they do that, eh? But, and I want to give an example. I always use my constituency as an example. Look at Schumacher. We have a building sitting there for three buildings sitting there for, well, it's more than 15 years. I left Trinidad in 1977, which is about 44 years ago, right? The building that I grew up in haven't been painted for 1.5 decades. There was an abandoned building that fire in 2011 burned down. 2011, eh? The building still sitting there abandoned. Think about mental health. What these people in Chumakak, every single day, you have to come out and see that building. If you are 10 in 2011 and you're still living in Chumakak, still living in that building, 10 years later, you see that building every single day. And the sad part of it, through most of the years, they were ruled by the PNM. And those are the most...
Through all of those years.
Yeah, and those are the most loyal people who have gone to the PNM bank with their vote over and over and over. And when they go to the PNM to get a loan, the PNM tell them, nah, or you come to the wrong bank. Or they wait till 2 months before the election, we go come and get all your box drain, or we go get all your, go pave a road for you, or we go get all your hamper. And that is it. But until the people themselves decide to wake up, right? The people have to wake up. And but anyway, it's going to take people like me to constantly talk about things that people, you know, they tell me, Mr. Where they say, and Slim, Wall Street, all you just talk about is them 3 building in Chumaka, Clavantil, and the one abandoned building. And them people who telling me I just talk about it, them don't say nothing about it. Right? Them don't say nothing about it. Right? So you part of the problem, you're not part of the solution. I have a person in America fighting for the most disadvantaged people in our country, and you telling me all I do is fighting for them 3 billion in the abandoned building.
Well, it's a lot more than the abandoned buildings. I mean, I have schoolmates from high school who lived in East Port-of-Spain, and there is hardly anything that has changed. Now the PNM says to them, here what, we building a big complex so Despers could play pan and make money.
On George Street.
When Despers cannot even practice in the pan yard on the hill. So what is this going to do? What is this going to solve? When you have crime to such an extent that a steel band from like Desperados cannot practice in their own pan yard, and you've done nothing about that for all these years, and say, here what, we're going to build a big place and all you can make some money. And that's a solution.
But let me say this, sir. I can say this, sir. One thing about the PNM of this current regime, they have no vision. None. Even if they go and get what is that surgery, buddy? We just improve your eye. What is it called, Diana?
Cataract.
Yeah, if they go and get cataract surgery, right? That ain't even help them. All their vision is to go and build a big building, or to go and build a bridge, or to go and get people level to a pool, right? So when you're hungry, you go down there and swim and drink salt water. That's what it is, right? And until people, especially people in the PNM, decide to stand up and call a spade, we continue to spin top in mud. And let me say this, Clyde, and I'm saying this. These 6 years under our maximum leader, black people in Trinidad and Tobago have lost 40 meters in a 100-meter race. Because I talk about economic inclusion, economic development, right, and access to capital for black people and black businesses in Trinidad and Tobago. Economic development, economic inclusion, and access to capital for black people and black businesses in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, people that tell me, hey, Wall Street, you would pie in the sky, economic this and economic that and economic the other, right? But when you have a person saying to you that, don't worry, I go make the rich people richer, so you go bring the poor people up from the sub-basement, right? Don't worry, I go make you, so I go give the rich $1, and they will give you half or 1 cent. Because that's all you're getting.
Yeah, well, that's what they were told. The thing is, the sad thing is that our politics has descended into getting in office or holding on to office rather than dealing with real issues. So that the understanding of people of what governance and political operations and conduct is about has been distorted, and there is hardly anything. I mean, even the state of the trade union movement now is so sad. I mean, the big issue about whether a trade unionist should be in government, that becomes an issue when Petrochin was closed down. Where was the fight? People have, you know, in recent times, there are more and more trade union members going to the High Court to sue unions. There's another one reported last week against the NUGFW. I'm aware that there's one that may come against the PSA soon. But workers are going to the court to sue unions for failure to represent them or represent them properly under breach of contract. And some of them have already succeeded. So we are in a bad place as a country because we are not dealing with political and ideological education. And we are not dealing with issues. We're dealing with personalities and people. So it's Duke, is Duke, is Duke. So, for example, they say, well, Duke facing a charge. So how people could vote for him? Is there anything in Trinidad and Tobago says you can't contest an election if you're facing a charge? There's nothing. So what's the issue? If people don't like that, then don't vote for him. But don't try and talk about it as though it is not his right to contest. And that's when I speak about these things on Facebook and so on, the trolls come out, and whether they're from yellow or red, they come and attack me. And I welcome them, and I try to argue their point of view with them. But after 2 sentences, they can't argue because they have no point of view. They're simply repeating what somebody says to them. And the minute you stop questioning and you accept things without questioning, that is what happened to Germany that gave rise to Hitler, you know. We cannot accept things without questioning. And that is a big problem we have in this country. I wrote about this issue with Duke and this conflict of interest question. And some people are saying, oh, you're just a fool. And I am a person who was in trade unionism. I never accepted the salary of the position because I think my job offering myself for election was to serve, not to make money. So I heard my immediate successor saying on the radio yesterday that the president of PSA is full-time, so they now get a duty allowance. When I was president of the PSA, there was no duty allowance. When I go in the market and a member meets me there and they want to talk about the business, can I ignore them? I can't. When I come home 10 o'clock in the night from a negotiation and a doctor from San Fernando calls me, what am I to tell him? I am off duty, or I ain't have no duty allowance, I can't talk to you. These things, money becomes an issue. Trade union office is not a job. You are paid because you are full-time. That is my view. If it is a job, then you might as well go and work in Milan Massey or somewhere else and not be a trade unionist. So we have lost the essence of things because we are caught up in the rat race of making a buck, as you would say in the States, because we hustling a dollar. That's what we have become as a society, and it is really dangerous for our entire future.
So Clyde, I'm calling you Clyde. So Mr. Weatherhead.
So you could call me Clyde.
Huh?
You can call me Clyde. Don't call me.
No. You know, we here in America are very respectful, you know. Even though I'm a Trinidadian. Yeah. we
I have no problem with that. Just don't call me sir. When people call me sir on Facebook, some of my former students and they say, "Boy, I never went to England and Betty touched my shoulder with a sword." So,
oh man. Yeah, but we at WZYE, we are very respectful, and we respect people that take their time to come on the program and talk with us. You know, so we appreciate that so much. You know,
so calling me by my first name is not disrespecting.
Oh no, no problem. We understand. We understand. So Clyde, But in your crystal ball,
if you do
what do
like
you
some
see?
people and do not address me by my correct name and call me all kind of nasty name and playing with my surname and all of that, rather than deal with the issues I'm raising, that is disrespect.
Well, listen to this, right? What normally happens is that some people, when they cannot deal with your facts, they go to what's called ad hominem attacks, right? And then they decide that the best thing to do is to attack you personally. You know, it's called ad hominem attacks. And I learned that from a good attorney friend in Brooklyn, God rest his soul. He passed away. He said, Wall Street, don't worry them fellas. When they attack me, most of the time, especially on social media, I just tell them thank you very kindly for that compliment. They just ask me like you dotish. I said, no, I thank you very much for the compliment. I take it as a compliment. They say we don't want to deal with you. Something wrong with you.
Well, I do the same thing sometimes. So
yeah, because what it is
otherwise I
that
engage them and try to have them defend what they're saying, but they can't.
Listen, many of us in Trinidad, we are not into, and I can say this, right? This is what I call them. Many people in the go along, get along PNM gang, right? Many of them, they don't like to do no research. All they want to hear is what the maximum leader says, and they come and they regurgitate that. If the maximum leader says the guy is green, them come in and tell you, boy, what are you talking about, boy? The guy green, the sky green, boy. What are you talking about? And let me say this, and this is my opinion here. Right? I look at stats, right? I look at statistics. I worked 23 years in the New York Stock Exchange. I look at statistics, look at stats and data. And I don't know where you stand, right? But I'm just giving you an example. In 2018, when Gary Griffith came to be the commissioner of police, he made a statement and he said, I want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to judge me based on the murder rate. That came out of his mouth, right? So I said, what? I said, boy, Gary go lick up this murder rate thing here in Trinidad and Tobago, boy. We going, and every year is only gold medal after gold medal. Murder rate going down left, right, and center. And quickly, Gary Griffith, in 2018, he was only on the job for 4 months. There was 516 murders. At that time, that was the second highest murders in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. But you could give him a pass because he was only in it. In 2019, no pandemic, nothing. Everything good. There was 538 murders, the second highest murder rate in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. In 2020, during a pandemic, there was 396 murders. Might have been off here or there, right? So when I look at them stats, and if you ask me to judge you based on the murder rate, you will go down in history as one of the worst. This is me, my words now, one of the worst COP. Because under Stephen Williams, he never reached them numbers in as long as he was in there, and he was the one that reduced kidnapping. But I'm going to get off my soapbox. I ain't bring you here for that, Clyde. I ain't bring you here for that. But Clyde, let me say, right, if you're looking into your crystal ball, would you think that at this point in time, based on what happened in Tobago, that Dr. Raleigh should now come out and say that I am no longer going to run for re-election in the 2022 PNM election. I'm going to have somebody take over that, whoever wants to come through, so they could start a campaign from now to try to put the things together, rather than wait closer to 2022 date when he's going to announce whether he's going to run again or not run again. What's your say? I know you're not thing, but I just asked you.
Well, he said after the last general election that he was not going to be there for the next one.
He's a lame duck.
So if he's a man of integrity, and I understand integrity simply to mean you keep your word. So if he's a man of integrity and he said that, and he's not just looking to get back in office, he will keep his word.
Clyde, let me ask a question. Remind me now. There was somebody say we're not closing on Petrotrin.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't remember who was that. Who said that again?
Somebody who said maybe you went to your fridge and you missed that. Let me tell you something, Anselm. I got involved with one of the unions in BWIE. My father worked there almost all of his working life. And one of the unions there asked me to assist them when they were moving to close down BWIE. And it was Mr. Manning was the Prime Minister at the time. And they brought in a certain consultant. And he said, what we are going to have is a seamless transition from BWI to CAL. Right? The only thing in that seamless transition was that when the BWI plane left here the night, and it came back here as a CAL plane with same BWI paint on it. The only thing that was not in BWIA was the unions. So when I heard this talk about seamless transition in Petrotrin, I had to go back to that experience of 2006. And one of the union presidents in Petrotrin of the NPSA, which I did some representation for in the past, he was speaking to me and I asked him if that same consultant was there, and he said yes. So they use the same word, seamless transition. So seamless transition in our context means close down and privatize.
I tell you. So Clyde, before you go, right? If you had to send a message to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, what would be your message to the Prime Minister?
I won't presume to send any message to the Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister wants to have a conversation with me, I am available.
But if there we go. If you were supposed to have a conversation with the Prime Minister in a short stint, what would you say to the Prime Minister?
In the immediate situation, I would say, let the THA operate according to what the law says is its mandate and its function, and stop trying to impose the central government's will on the people of Tobago.
Well, Clyde, I want to thank you so very kindly, man, for taking this thing on such short notice. I had to invite you back because this was very, very, I mean, a lot of information was shared that I didn't even know before, and a lot of people in the chat didn't know as well. So we want to thank you so very kindly.
And before he goes, Ulrich Murray is saying hello to you, and a young lady in the chat.
Who's that? Ulrich Murray? Right? Ulrich. You know Ulrich, Clyde?
Who?
Ulrich Murray.
Oh, Saj.
Saj.
Yeah, he's saying hello to you, and a young lady thinks you look. A young lady thinks you bear.
His mom.
Yeah.
Yes.
A young lady think you bear a striking resemblance to Morgan Freeman. So I just had to pass that on.
So thank you so very kindly, Clyde. We appreciate it.
So thanks for having me.
Sorry, I was a little bit rough on you, but
I was doing some domesticated chores.
Yeah, when I called him, he was out in the yard doing some work. He said, "No, go around, I'm doing work, boy." But I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I am a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. My interest is Trinidad and Tobago, and since 1970, I'm involved in discussing the future of my country. I've been involved in the Tobago discussion since 1975, and anything that I think I could contribute to the future of this country, I am always willing to do that.
Thank you so much, man, Clyde. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night to you and your audiences.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good night.
So, Diana, I want you to bring me up to speed on here. I don't know what's going on in the chat, but there seems to be some problem, right?
Apparently JJ Sniper has referred to Indian people in a racist way. And we don't tolerate no racism in here. So, I went back and I read his stuff. He
Exactly what
referred. He
happened.
said he used the racist term, saying
Okay,
that
so JJ Sniper, you have to
mhm.
apologize for that behavior.
I
Do not.
block him.
Oh, you
I
blocked him.
block him because
All
he
right.
was
Okay.
going on and agitating people, and they were getting, they don't come
Okay.
in here and I don't
Fine.
I didn't
Fine. Fine.
appreciate it.
Fine. 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 But however, we let him know that if he's willing to apologize,
Yes.
he has to apologize. Send a private apology to wzyefm@gmail.com, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because people deserve a second chance. Send an apology
Yep.
to wzyefm@gmail.com. We do not tolerate any kind of racist thing here at WZYE
Mm-hmm.
95.9 FM.
Nope.
None at all.
Nope. None.
Right? Not tolerating that. So send an apology to wzyefm@gmail.com and we will handle it. Okay? You have to apologize. And when you apologize,
Yeah.
I'll post the apology in the chat, right? And then we'll handle it after that. Okay, cool. And that's how we do it inside here. We don't want to have this type of, hey, my dog, welcome. Hold up. So no, but his chat is still here. But
No,
hey,
but
hey.
they. Mm-hmm.
So wait up. No, he's still there, Diana.
That was from in the past.
No,
People
this
are
was
looking
8:55 though.
8:55. Where's the comment? I don't see anything.
He's a comment right there. Sincerely apologize.
I
You
thought
know
I
what? Let
blocked,
me
but
do it.
then you ought to block him.
Yeah,
I
let me do that.
blocked. Yeah.
Yeah. So JJ Sniper. JJ, you cannot be using that type of term, JJ. Even in your apology, you're apologizing and still using the same term. That's unacceptable. Okay? It's unacceptable.
I blocked him from me. I can't see him. So yeah, that's why I can't.
No. I did because I just saw what he used. I didn't know what was going on. I just saw the term that he used, and it's unacceptable. Okay? Right? And that goes for everybody in the chat, right? We have to be respectful.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yes, I blocked him. Okay? Because he repeated exactly what he said.
Yeah.
No, that's not an apology, Marcia. I blocked him.
That's right. That's right.
That was not an apology. I blocked him.
And not skate what? Diana always lying. Hello. What did I lie about?
What you Diana?
Don't listen here. Don't let me virtually beam myself in the chat and start sharing some licks here.
Well, listener, he can do that. He can do that in other places, but we ain't making joke here. We're not making joke here at WZYE TV. We're not tolerating that.
Nope.
We're not tolerating that. Go somewhere else with that. Not here.
That's right.
We ain't dealing with that. We don't want to deal with that.
Somebody say he does it all over. He does it all over YouTube. Okay. Well then you have to keep him. Because they has been all the chats, so they will know better.
He gone in the disposable file. All of that worry in the disposable file. You don't come and try to mash up a thing here. Because I see the people going, Yeah, Erica, Mr. Weather is very reserved in all of his speech. Very cool personality. And listen to this, Ulrich said, Rowley already said that's why you fix his pension. What pension, Ulrich?
He ain't making no new comments, Nutcake.
He can't make no new comments, he get blocked.
You're seeing the old comments.
No, we block him. I blocked him. As a matter of fact, it shows on the chat, block user.
Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to say something before, and like I wasn't getting through for a while. During knew what Clive was
I don't know, like you have a B mobile phone or what?
Yeah, so I just kind of hop in here. So.
Yeah, Fish Stick, I'm not a moderator. You're right. I should be a moderator on the chat.
No, Diana. I thought once you log in, you can be that.
Well, I blocked him, but they were still seeing him. But you have to block him.
I did. Let me do something here.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Enough is enough.
Yeah, we're not dealing with that. We're not taking that. So
Yeah.
we're not taking that. So we're not taking that.
Somebody go get licks with this stick here. I cut her smooth tonight. Last night we talked about not beating children. I changing my mind tonight, you know. Only misbehaving.
Hmm.
Somebody will
Okay,
answer him.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Let's go for a quick station identification. We'll be right back after this message.
You are listening to WZYE.
Let's play this way.
FM, Maplewood, New Jersey, broadcasting from Essex County. You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. This program is brought to you by Taxco Incorporated. They provide tax preparation.
So we are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from. Hey, let me say welcome to Marcia Brave Boy.
Yeah, I want to know when Marcia going to join us as a co-host.
Yeah, come on in already.
Marcia
Come on,
Brave
Marcia,
Boy.
you gotta let us know. Let's make a date here now.
You want to make a date with
they're saying
Marcia?
Watson do can't serve two masters, right? Right answer, Diana,
Yeah.
Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
But
hey, Tommy.
Yeah,
Tommy.
Slow. Yeah, Slow. Go ahead.
All right. I was just checking on you. That's all right. Cool.
Yeah. So, but as PSA president, he's serving the people. As deputy secretary in the Tobago House of Assembly, he's serving the people. So far as I'm concerned, there's only one master, which is the people. That's the way I see it. Okay. And I know, listen to me, they're going to target the PDP in every which way possible. All right.
Yep.
And I'm looking for that. And I pray that they keep themselves in prayers and stay together and don't let no demon come in between them and mash up this whole thing here. Because that is what they're going to do. They're going to try to turn this House of Assembly upside down. They're going to try everything. They're going to target what's new. They're going to target everybody as possible. They're not going to let them get off that easy.
I'm afraid they're gonna put a financial stranglehold on them and trickle the fund. They can't and trickle the funds to Tobago, and they won't get the things developing in the time that they should.
No, they can't do that.
They can't do it.
No, they can't.
Okay.
No.
Let's see.
I want to listen. I'm not going to put my head in a block, but what happened in Tobago, right, is like you're almost close to jumping off the bridge or jumping off the cliff. If they do that, cancel Christmas. It's all over. Cancel Christmas. It's all over. They ain't gonna do that, right? They ain't gonna cut off the nose to spoil their face.
Well, as they're going to try a lot of things. They're gonna try everything possible that they can, right, to make them look bad. And I just want to encourage these guys to keep themselves in prayers, man, because their success, other people are depending on them. They had a good victory there, and I just want to see them succeed. And I want to reiterate my call for our listening audience to dive in and assist them in growing the economy. Those of us outside in the international diaspora out here, so reach out to them and to try to
not to cut you, Gary, right? But sometimes I sit and I go into this deep thought process. What I don't understand, what is not registering with me, that east-west corridor where there's so much economic depression, and I'm not labeling one place only. Why are you, Mr. Weatherhead said that it's going to take a lot for a third party to come in Trinidad and shake things up. Why are you going to go back with somebody that had kept you oppressed and depressed and suppressed for so long?
Diana.
But he's looking at what the people did in the last election recently here.
Not just the last election, but history. Diana, Tommy, and Get. Let me just say this, guys. Look on the screen. You will see on the screen it says JJ blocked. JJ Sniper was blocked. Okay? So you guys can look on the screen. I screenshotted it and I put it up on the screen for you guys. We don't make joke in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. All right? So JJ's history.
The
Right?
racist thing we're not tolerating.
We ain't tolerating that at all.
No, before I was talking about the fact that the Tobago House of Assembly can be overridden by the central government, even if they made a decision that, as stated by Dr. James earlier tonight. And that is worrisome to me. Because
overridden in
even though they're
what
14 to
aspect,
1,
Tommy? Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Can you educate us on how they can go about this?
I mentioned the fact that 14 to 1, there isn't adequate opposition to have a healthy democracy in Tobago. And he said to me that it doesn't even matter, because even if he said they can make a decision with a simple majority, they don't need no special majority, which I understand clearly. But then he says the central government, even if they come up with a plan, the central government still has to validate the plan, and the central government doesn't have to agree. They can override some of the decisions. And that's worrisome.
Well, if the central government, if the PDP is doing things that are right in the benefit of the people of Tobago, right? And the central government tries to step on the PDP, and the people knows that for a fact, what do you think is going to happen with the people of Tobago? What they're going to do? Don't you think they might riot?
No,
Huh?
no.
I mean, not physical, right? But they would rise up. Don't you think they would rise up?
Yeah, but you see, Tobagonians are not that type of people, and I'm talking from. And I said, you always talking fathers that my father is a Tobagonian, and my brothers.
They ain't going to take that line down. They ain't going
No,
to take that line
down. But what they will do, Gary, right? They will rise up from a political standpoint and vote you out of office.
But before we get to that point of voting out of office, I mean, if the PDP is making right constructive decisions to help grow the economy and everything in the interest of the people of Tobago, and the people see that, don't you think the people are going to raise their voice and address the central government? It wouldn't be the fight against just the PDP. It would be the people of Tobago.
They will vote out Chamfa and Webster Roy.
Yeah, but when the election time comes, but before that, they got to take action. They see you cannot just be active with your finger on election time, and when things are going wrong for the duration of the term, you can't do nothing. Right? You cannot do nothing.
It makes me believe the central government can frustrate the THA.
But Tommy, I hear you, and they could, but I think that's suicidal. I think if you and listeners, if you are central government, right, first of all, they're supposed to get a certain allocation of the budget. I think it's 4.8%, something, right? And they're supposed to get it every quarter, whatever. I can see if they exhaust the budget in 9 months, and then they go back and they ask the central government, listen, we get $5 billion, whatever they get, and the money done, and we need more money. Central government could say, well, now, how come you spend all that money? Something like that. But I just don't see them frustrating them, right, when they have to allocate monies to them.
But this government frustrating everybody who they're supposed to pay. A lot of people ain't paying. They are paying. I mean, the people that was transporting the children from school, they ain't pay them from the ministry. Everybody, a lot of contractors, they getting paid. Everybody not getting paid.
A lot of people waiting on payment from the government. Yep, absolutely right.
Go ahead, Dan.
You know what the problem is in Trinidad? I just call a spade and a jack a jack. You know what the problem is? And it's going to keep destroying y'all. And y'all, it's always going to be in your face. the two races in Trinidad and Tobago does not want another race, either one of them over them. Instead of the see Trinbagonian, they keep seeing race. I don't want an Indian over me. I don't want a Negro over me. And that is going to kill Trinidad. I keep telling all you, stand up as a Trinbagonian and pick the right candidate, whether it is they mix up with all kind of race, whether they like me, a Trinidadian, they're the better candidate. Pick the better candidate and vote for policies and stop voting on race. Because all it is Trini and Tobagonian. Stop with the foolishness.
Not only
You don't want
Trinidad and Tobagonian, all is suffering the same consequences when they go to the
Thank
hospital.
you.
When you go for any government services, all they're dealing with the same thing.
When belly hungry, everybody but belly hungry. When you go in the bank, who they threatening to let go? Everybody say you're getting licks with a belt or you're getting licks with a piece of stick. You're getting it from the PNM or the UNC. Stop with the foolishness. Stop with this race thing. It is going to destroy the country.
And
talk to them.
So Diana, Tony, and Gary, our good friend who's been in here with us, Lana sent me this message. A number of reservations from the PNM Tobago Council. We already have Stanford Calendar, the chairman. We have the public relations officer, Kwesi Devines. We have the education officer, Kurt Salandi. We have the welfare officer, Ricardo Warner. And we have Marcelin Melville Jack. So the dominoes are falling left, right, and center. Soon to come is TDC. I don't know what TDC is. TDC.
Tracy done. But listen, why everybody running that they frightened to get locked up?
No. But Diana, we have to be honest. No, Diana, we have to be honest. They are doing the right thing.
Yeah, they're doing the right thing.
Why?
Diana,
it's the honorable thing to do.
That's the honorable thing to do. And we should compliment them for doing the honorable thing.
You see? In the net way, so 4 years from now, can they go run again?
Or they could do whatever they want if the PNM wants to select them to go run. Well, not run again. Some of them didn't actually run. Some of them was just officers.
Yeah, party executives.
Party executives. Right? So it's just left now. You know, the first one that should have done that was TDC. The one who refused to come on our program here, even though you sent she message. You know what? All of them should go. Oh, you know, when they closed down Petrotrin, what that fella say? What's his name again? Tony Espine. I remember when Espine closed down Petrotrin, he said all of them should go. Every single one of them. Every man jack, right, should hitch a hike and bust it. All of them.
That's right.
Every one of them. But you know what?
Oh dear.
Every single one of them. All of them should go. You gotta go and get Espine, boy. Espine, say that again. All. So, all right. My dog, where you was, boy?
Crazy Canine, he reached.
Where he was?
Crazy Canine. I don't know who he was.
Who's that? Which
Crazy
one is that?
Canine. My dog. Crazy Canine.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, but hey, look, Grace Caesar, boy. Grace Caesar.
Kassar.
Oh God! I have a way of messing up people's name. I apologize. I think sometimes my glasses don't really. Hey, look, carrot cake been here? Adana?
Not cake. Yeah, he came in here.
Look, Nadira, how are you? Mongs, Nadia, your boyfriend came in earlier, you know. That was Nadia's boyfriend. Diana.
I don't know. I don't live in Trinidad. I don't know.
What do you mean? I just asking you a question.
I don't know. I don't get into people's who's boyfriend and girlfriend. That's not my forte.
But some fella come in named Mongol, and I know Nadia was in here, so I say what Nadia sent she boyfriend Was it to scope out things before she come? Hey, all they want to Ellis Island.
Oh Lord. Ulrich said they're gonna hang you for that statement you make.
Which one is that?
All of them should go.
Every single one of them, Ulrich.
Oh God.
Every one of them. Every man jack. Every man jack need to go by parachute and ship out.
But Anselm, it's still gonna go. These people on the east-west corridor still gonna go and put a finger in the ink and go through the same suffering and you know. No, I'm
Come
like,
say that.
wow,
Until 2025.
wow, you know.
Hold on. Hey, on here. I'll call you back. You wanna come on here? Hold on. All right, well, let me put hello. Hello, you on WZYE 95.9 FM calling us. Where in Tobago?
Yes, I just came back across some.
So this is Cathy Jofield, live on the ground in Tobago. And
Yes,
Cathy is the one who brought us all the live on the night of the thing, on the night of the victory from the
Yeah,
PDP.
when everybody abandoned me and left me to carry the whole show. Yeah, I remember that.
All those PDP chairman to various new candidates and candidates as well on your program. And Anselm, I want to expressly thank you and your team for doing a marvelous job. You all really assisted us, and I want to say thank you very much. So I went down to Trinidad for one day. There's a lot of rain in Trinidad. I not too long came back up for the vote.
Okay. But you know, Cathy, we want to say thank you for getting us, live on direct, in the belly of the beast. And Cathy, so there's already been the dominoes are fallen in the PNM Tobago Council. There have already been 5 people resign already. There are 5, but
yes,
we waiting for TDC to resign. You hear anything? Why don't you call TDC and find out what's going on with you?
But I'll keep my ears on the ground, and you all will get the information.
yeah, we getting it live and direct, man. But we appreciate, all the hard work and we know that all the hard work that you have done to bring this thing for us, to bring it live and direct, to get all those people on air and all the hard work you do. We really appreciate that. You know what I mean? And something though, Cathy, is that, when people do stuff, boy, you must always say thank you. There's a party in Trinidad don't know how to say thank you. You understand?
Oh boy.
Even when you work hard, Tommy knows who's the party is, but I'm not gonna get Tommy in no trouble. So I don't.
And you and I have something, although we have a kind of little family branch, but put aside that, we are the people who just be on the ground doing the hard work. Most time people doesn't recognize us and know of our potential, but we are always there working. You see the people on the ground who knows what to do, how to get it done. These are the people that's be very important in a political party. Because as I could tell you, Anselm, I'm not only doing groundwork, I also is behind as a strategist. And I will come out and boast about that. Remember when I first introduced myself to you, I gave you all the experience of how I started. And for me, being in politics 16 years, right? When I was asked to assist you for a long time, and send you some pictures. Me no know come, but I'm not the type to come forward and boast something. I see a fight, and there was a fight and justice to come back to the people of Tobago, because I and all have been victimized. I lost my job. PNM took away my pay sheet I was doing in 2001, and I left my ministry and told to myself and the staff never come back. We were never compensated. We were never paid, and that is since 2001. We were not politically appointed. I just always say I stood in the rain waiting to do my interview to get my job. And when Mr. Manning went, there was a team of PNM people march up in the office and said, "Get out from your ministry, tear up all the shit." I didn't know how I was going to tell my family that, but I will never forget that day. And I always tell myself, they will get what is coming to them. People will recognize how they victimize people. You don't take away job from people. You don't do those things. And then when they get in position, you give only your friends and your party supporters. Some of them have more than one job or contract. How you expect people to survive? And I hope the PDP, I know one of their mantra was equal opportunity for all. And Sim and Diane and whoever is listening, you see what was happening in Tobago is people couldn't bear it no more, boy. People couldn't bear it no more. Once that people eating everything. You understand? So, again, I want to say thank you to all. And Sim, you know from the bottom of my heart, I cry out to you. And I want to thank you. And you know what? I want to say about the DAG team, you all are not Johnny come ladies. You know that some of them wasn't supporting PDP, some of them media houses. They had people on the program attacking on what's in New Valley. The whole party come down. And when they win now, they want to push up this. I watch them, I stay back and watch them. But you all, the DAG always believe in the PDP. And I watch well, because I was listening, I watch the program. You all were the only international media that was interested in what was going on in Tobago. And you all open up this window that you all open up for PDP. Help. Because the people outside there, the diaspora from the Tobagonians, because Pali talk about it, a lot of Tobagonians can't take the pressure, they leave and they go outside. And through this medium, you all were able to bring the issue of Tobago, what is happening. Long before the election, you all were doing it, you know. Long before the election. Because I remember when I spoke to you, and I told you, I said, bring on you. Let's deal with the issue on the ground. And you run with it, answer, and I want to say thank you. And if PNM didn't recognize how important you are, let us see how important that is. And then one of them who always talking and talk about this program only had 3 listeners. Well, this program was able to assist PDP, right? And this program was able to enlighten the people, the Tobagonians especially, and the world at large, what was happening on the ground of the Tobago. And I'm saying that is why I try my best, although I was tired every night, meeting as after meeting. I try my endeavor best to get candidates. You know, some of them were very busy, so we couldn't get all. But I tried my best. And you see, that night for the victory, I could let you and Pali go home and then give you and the DAG a piece of this speech. Even if it's 2 words they have to say to you. And I want to say thank you very much to you. So let me hear you answer. I know I came into your program, I was watching you.
Well, Kathy, we want to say thank you so very kindly, and you know, we that's what we do here in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. The same opportunity we had offered, we offered to them, we offered to the PNM, just like CivilNet in Tobago. They decide to ignore them because they say them is nobody. They ignored us as well, and they said that we are nobody. And sometimes you just ignore a little thing that has turned into a big fish. You know, a little fish does grow, you know, and turn into a big fish. So again, Kathy, we want to say thank you so very kindly. We appreciate all your assistance.
Well, I'm still talking in my nose soul, but you know, I get a little wet anyway today. But as I want to say, we have to pray for the team. It's a fairly young team, as you see, and you all know. Some of them fairly new, most of them fairly new to politics, because besides you, none of them have served in political office before. So we will continue to lift them up. And I know you and your team will continue to, you know, always be there to give them advice if they have time to communicate with you. So there's supposed to be brighter days ahead. You know, the chief secretary is supposed to be getting married tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Send me. He said he got a link to stream it. Get a link from him. I will stream it. Yeah, he said he's streaming it. Get a link from him. I will stream it.
I can't connect with him. I only know come back tonight.
Yeah. Connect with him and send me the link. All right. Cool. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a blessed night. Okay. Miss Diane.
Good night.
She said good night.
I hope.
And we have Tommy and Gary too. Tommy and Gary.
Oh, would I say good night to everybody?
Yeah.
Tommy,
Good
good
night,
night,
Kathy.
Mr. Gary.
Oh, you know,
Gary,
Kathy, I'm listening to you. Thank you for all the work that you did there. And I am that serious about helping our people and bringing all our people outside here together on board. So just keep up the good work down there, and we will continue to collaborate.
Yeah. All right, Kathy, take care.
Good night, Kathy, and thanks for all
All
your
right.
help.
Yeah, bye-bye. So, folks, the new chief secretary, Fali Chavez Augustine, getting married tomorrow. So what I will do, I will try to see if we get a link to stream it. You understand? So, all I look forward to
Man,
that.
we got to do that for him.
Yeah. All I know once again, all of you who subscribe, for all those in the chat, all you should subscribe to WZYE TV. Whenever we stream anything, or they will get it first in line. You understand? And
it's free.
It's free. Diana, I have to tell you, anytime we start to stream something, we have some people, boy. Even though it could be, we don't care who, we have some loyal people that's coming quick, boy. Quick. We have to say thank you all. Thank you all so much, man. You all have done a fantabulous job in getting us to this point that we are today, and we will never forget you all. We will never forget. Because it's the way how you deal with little things, how you are going to deal with big things. And remember when we had Paulie in here, and Paulie said we only had 3 people watching, and Aisha, you just said we only had 3 people watching. Well, we have a little more than 3 people watching these days, right? So Master Brave Boy says PDP should come Trinidad and run only the P&M strongholds. The 2 Laventille seats, Port of Spain seats, and the so-called P&M stronghold on the corridor. That is all. Right?
Yeah, and you have over 3,000 subscribers growing.
That's I remember you never was one shouting out share the live. Oh.
We have never in here, never say share the live. Never. And me personally, I personally.
Thanks, Darrow. Darrow say he subscribed.
Yeah, Darrow, thank you, man. Everybody, always subscribe. It's free. Just go on WZYE TV and subscribe. Subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Yeah? All right. You want me call the party name? What party name you want me call? Yeah, all right? All right. You looking for trouble, you see them Chumakat people, there's troublemakers, So Marcia, Future Shock say, Marcia, what the hell are you talking about? Hey, look, Crazy Dog say, what Shocks answer them? Don't make me cry. What you wanna cry for?
Crazy Canine. I don't know.
Crazy Canine. What you want to cry for?
I don't know.
But look now, Darrow speaking. What is that? Spanish or French? That French?
No.
What is this here he's speaking? Spanish or French? That is.
I'm not seeing his comment.
It's on the screen.
You said I subscribe walls. That's all I see.
No, look the screen, man. You will see Darrow.
Oh, mais voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
That French, right?
Sleep. Yeah, he wants to sleep with somebody tonight.
You want to sleep with somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Who is this now? Clifton Go sign 007.
He's new.
All they sell it to Clifton. Clifton Go sign 007. I feel like they run on a cousin, You think so? Hey, Mongs. Did I say welcome to Mongs? Mongs, welcome.
Yeah, Trinidad should learn, but they're hard. Trinidadians hard ears and own way.
Trinidadians say what?
Learn from this style and but they're hard ear. Trinidadians hard ears and own way. They're not obedient and disciplined like the Tobagonians. Trinidadians hard ears and own way. I said it.
Look, Anthony Medford just coming and say better have a few intelligent people than a lot of morons. I agree with that. I agree with that.
You hear Marcia? You hear what Marcia saying?
What you saying?
PDP should come and run in only in PNM
Yeah,
strongholds.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Marcel Bable said, future shock. They should say PDP coming to contest election in Trinidad and Tobago. So I made a suggestion. Yeah, that suggestion is a good suggestion.
Very much so.
All right. Hey, I think Ron, Mad Dog, you subscribe, Mad Dog? I mean, Crazy K9.
Anyway, I want to see, you know, they will be judged by their performance. You know, they won the election. They have, they hit the ground pretty much good running. And, you know, the performance within the, you know, the term will tell, you know.
A future talking about they don't have the finances. Well, we could garner the finances from the diaspora out here for them. How about that?
Oryx, I will welcome the PDP in Trinidad.
How about that? How about we garner? How about we got a lot of businesses out here and we got a lot of Tobagonians out here and Trinidadian and Trinbagonians. How about that? And we finance the PDP. Yeah.
Diana, when I did the rally for Kamala in New York, it wasn't only Trinidad people that came on board, you know. Was a lot of Caribbean people from Grenada,
thank you.
Bob Fredericks, you name it, all these you know, a lot of people.
Thank you.
What boy, Gary, you do a rally for Miss Kamala
and the Trinbagonians
just imagine
all
we had guys
over
like
the
Bob Fredericks on
world.
board.
Nadia says Power said both of them. Hey, where Claudia? I ain't see Claudia in a while, you know. Where Claudia?
So so wait, the PDP contest will split the UNC vote. And it split the PNM vote, and the UNC will win.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Mongs, you subscribe? Anthony Medford, welcome. Anthony Medford, you subscribe? All right, hold on. Let me go into our subscribe frenzy there.
Let them run in the whole country then.
Breadstick subscribe? What about carrot cake? Carrot cake. Hey, Future Shock. What about you? Kodam Gamer.
Yeah, but you know, the thing about it is I just don't want to focus on winning election. Right now, we want to focus on helping them succeed. They need all the economic investment. I cannot reiterate this. They need all the economic support now to succeed there. They must not be dependent on the funds from Trinidad government. Tobago must be able to develop its own economic platform. This is what I'm shooting at. And this, you know, and this is what is needed there. We need to help Tobago market what it has. I was having a discussion with one of my friends, and I'm talking about getting some kind of a production instead of they come into Trinidad to pick up certain materials. I want the materials to be produced in Tobago. So, you know, these are some things that I've been discussing with some of my friends, and I'm encouraging everybody, our listener audience, to come on board and to help Tobago economies grow and make it a better place down there. So we can set the example in Tobago, and maybe we will catch the attention of the people in Trinidad. So even though you're not from Tobago and you have some kind of business skills, you have some money you want to invest, I'm encouraging you to please do so, and do not hesitate.
You know, Diana, I get a message from somebody. Someone of the somebody has sent me a message, and somebody, Diana, did the boy call or return to his parents? I'd like to know. I don't think they did, right?
Not that
No, not as yet. No, not as yet.
I get no email. I'm gonna check with the parents tomorrow.
Yeah. So somebody has sent me a message. I don't know how to get my number, but you know, my number is fair game. All right, so I'm not gonna read it, but okay. All right. Yeah. All right, I just got a message. So somebody sent me a message from another number in Trinidad. I'm not gonna call the person name, but I'm gonna call the person to find out. The person have a other side of the story. with regards to Cheyenne
Okay.
St. Rose. So we gotta hear that side of the story too. So the police just send me a message. They get my phone and they send me a message. So and somebody else just hey, Daryl is with partner. Daryl in the chat. Daryl Superstar is in the chat. Daryl was concerned. Daryl, thanks to the info boss. It's a family we have in here earlier. He sent a private message. Yeah. And he asks, I'm gonna put his name next to it. That's what we like about this. Though, boy, that's what we creating here, It's a family thing we creating here. We want no kind of misleading racism and all this kind of thing. We cutting that out. I mean, anytime anybody want to go down that road, nah. Cancel Christmas, it's over. Right? If we had to end up with 3 people, 3 good people, we good. 3 good people, we good. All right, let me quickly go to some news here. I got some videos I want to play too. Hold on, Daryl says subscribe too. Yeah, Daryl, thanks a lot, brother. Quorum Gamer subscribe. Listen to this fella. Daryl, take out that broomstick there.
Yeah, we do.
Read what you see on the chat. Read what you see on the screen.
You just come online fast because we're not working.
No, look on the screen.
Oh, he want a hamper. I tell you all night I'm going to fry him. From the time he come in the chat, I'm going to fry him.
Yeah.
From the time he get in the chat.
Yeah. All your, you see what is happening? Fish sticks trying to bribe people. Right? So
yeah,
let me be careful anybody trying to bribe. Fish sticks wanted me to give him a hamper so he could subscribe.
That's why he's going to be fish. He's going to be fish dinner.
No, but I don't expect that from him. I expect that from Little Run Horner. But not from... Hey, Richard!
We go pack in a hamper and give it back to himself.
Hey, Sikia Ramroop, you subscribe?
Oh, God. You need to? Oh, God. Sikia Ramroop.
You know that was a good one, though.
He probably still planting Sikia figs.
Yeah. Still, that's a, yeah. Hey, Sikia, I mean, Richard, you subscribe. Quorum Gamer says WZYE a suggestion. You also I don't understand.
What?
It is what?
Zahid been here before, right?
Huh?
No.
Zahid been here before.
With viewers.
Yeah, Zahid been here before. What is that? Quorum Gamer, explain that to us. I don't understand.
No, you should make a Discord server to communicate with viewers off air.
What is that?
But not to have it to talk with the viewers and have it live like that.
Wait, I don't understand.
You can have an auxiliary server where the viewers can go.
So Quorum Gamer, send an email to WZYFM@gmail.com. Let me talk about that. All right? Yeah. So we could get that done.
It's a texting app.
Yeah.
I have more money. Yeah.
Mongs, where's your store? Hey, Victor Newman. Victor Newman was here before. Hey, Victor, you subscribe? Does the Constitution allow them to develop their own investment platform? Nah, they could do that, man. We used to stop them from doing that. I think they could do that. Grace Kaza, you subscribe? Or let's tell our friend to tell our friend.
That's so we go create an online marketplace.
Good, Grace. You see Grace send a nice love message for Ron, yes? Ron, darling, good night, take care. And she said good night with her just EN. And she said the N just with her N. And let me see you started to shorten your words there. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no,
Say
she
good
didn't.
night to Tommy.
No, she
She
showed
ain't
same thing.
nobody.
No, she didn't
Nobody
say
don't
thing
say
to
good.
Nadia too. She
It's
showed me.
okay.
No.
I'm good with that.
Rose ain't coming tonight.
No,
Rose
Rose was there
abandoned you
tonight.
tonight.
No, she was there. She had us to go and do something. Oh, it's a texting app. Okay, okay. What's the name of
But
it?
you will be texting all night long.
No, texting all night. It's a server what? Server
I
Discord?
will.
Discord server?
I am not. Ask your son and daughter. I don't know about them.
Yeah. So hey, Olia, please send yeah, Olia, please send all your song for the
next week Saturday.
the Christmas special. But Diana,
Yeah.
Diana, I don't know if we're doing a show on Christmas or not. I think what we need to do, we need to
I
do
won't be available. So I'm
right.
letting you know that now.
We need to do that Christmas show, and then we will run it on that night of Christmas.
Okay, if you want to do that.
Yeah, no, we will run it. So all your sending all your song that all you want. We already have a Drinking Anything by Run. We have No Here the Piggy. Who sent that, boy?
What kind of song is that? Tom, you ever hear that song?
There's a parang.
That's too much.
Eddie Charles, that's a song. Who sent that again, boy? I didn't put the person name and I forget.
I ain't never heard that
No
song
Here
yet.
Piggy. No Here the Piggy by Eddie Charles. Who sent that song? Who's the person sent that song?
I don't know.
Nah, I didn't put it in. I know Ron sent a Drinking Anything. So put all your song.
Scrunter. I want Scrunter.
What do you want from Scrunter?
I want a piece of eat something before you go. Eat something before.
All right. Eat something before you go, Diana. Tell me what you want.
You heard me?
Yeah, I hear you.
What I want? I don't know.
What you want to? All I could think about it. What you want, Gary?
Gary don't know what you want neither.
Yeah, Gary going on sleep. All right. So folks, we go work on that app, all right? We go work on that app. We go work. Well, let us send me some more information at WZYFM@gmail.com. Okay, so the Discord app is like a communication app that person used to communicate with gaming, etc. All right. Oh, Cindy, hey, look, Cindy, come boy. Cindy, you're inside, boy. Cindy,
she was there earlier.
Yeah, boy. Cindy was one of the first. Cindy was one of our first 3 listeners.
Yep. Yep.
Cindy was inside, one of the first 3. Yeah. Cindy. Hold on.
So, old talk aside, right? We're talking about creating a marketplace for Tobago.
My dog.
Where we could promote the local goods and services there to help the people make their own money. So, anyone interested in that, should contact us also.
Good. 9:43, Anselm. Somebody said they want Grit by Sprang Along.
Grit Sprang Along?
Grit, G-R-I-T-T, by Sprang Along.
Who won that?
Victor Newman.
Victor Newman? Okay.
And Richard said he's selling his fig to get Diana bailout money. Oh, God.
Thank you first time.
Oh, God.
My dog. Richard, Sikia, that's a good one. That's Sikia, right?
Yeah, he's selling his fig to get Diana bailout money.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. Sikia, you come good there, boy.
Yeah, plenty fig to sell, boy.
Yeah. So wait now, my dog, you can only get one song, boss. You want a piece of pork or you want a Spanish woman to marry me? Which one is it?
Wait,
man.
wait, Marcia Brave Boy says she wants anything by singing Francine.
Singing Francine, okay.
Or
Singing
Myron B's Christmas hit.
Singing Francine, Marcia Brave Boy. Okay. Singing
No
Francine.
hair on. I ain't never hear nothing about no hair on the piggy. I gotta go look for that.
Eddie Charles girl, no hair on the piggy. What's wrong with you? Yeah.
Oh my God.
You know some people can't follow instruction, you know. You tell
What?
people put
Look
one thing,
what
don't put
Ulrich
two
put.
things.
Ulrich, I am not reading that.
What Ulrich one? Let me see.
I am not.
What's that? What Mom says search what on YouTube? Not cake one Soca Santa, right?
Ulrich said have a parang and not eating. I want that one.
Soca Santa. Marshall.
Oh my God.
Montano. All I give me the name of the person, so when I search it. Marshall Montano. Who's that?
Future Shock said nobody lives there.
They make that parang yet. All right.
Well, Nutskig, he want a Spanish pork woman.
Wait, Nadia, somebody already said that song, No Here in the Piggy, you know. Nadia.
Yes, Cindy. I gotta go. When I come off here, I go and look it up on YouTube. I ain't never hear that one yet.
Nadia want No Here in the Piggy too, yes? Nadia.
I ain't able with all, you know.
Oh God. Nadia, what yourself, you know. Hey, it's a parang, eh? It's a parang by Eddie Charles. All right. All right. So Nadia wants to drinking anything. Nadia, somebody already get No Here in the Piggy. Nadia, somebody already.
Why Future Chuck keeps saying nobody lives there? That's a song?
No, that's not a song. Nadia, who sing a drinking anything? Yeah. Nadia, what I love you know who drink? Who say drink us drinking anything?
Cindy says she go take No Hair on the Piggy too.
Oh God! So let me write down all them people. Let me write down. Nadia wants No Hair on the Piggy. Cindy wants No Hair on the Piggy. Who else? Who else wants No Hair on the Piggy? Oh God! Oh God!
Hey, me, I need to go to sleep. I can't take on all no more.
Run the MC. You already put something up, you see? You already put that drinking anything last time. Now you want good. Oh God. Lord have his mercy.
Well, Ron the MC, yep, nobody lives there's the PDB song.
Good.
Oh God.
Sprung along. Who else? Oh, you come on, man. Oh, Marcia one? Marcia Brave Boy, what she want? Anything by singing Francine? Or Myron B. Yeah. Let me put that. Anything by... What up? Singing Francine or Myron B. Okay. All right. That will be good. Yeah. Who else? My dog. Why people just can't follow instructions, boy?
I know.
My dog know we want this Spanish woman too. Lord have his mercy.
Nobody live here. Well, Marcia Miranda.
No, that is not. That is a parang.
Ulrich said not eating cat is a Chinese parang.
Hey, who sing this Spanish woman earlier?
I never know.
My dog. So we have a consensus on No Here in the Piggy.
Oh, shut up, Ron.
Or we do have that one. Look, monks want No Here in the Piggy too.
Oh, Jesus, Lord, Father.
Silent Vampire, to play off tonight? All right, we're going to look for that one. Stalin Vampire.
Fish stick want Baron.
Fish stick? What Baron he want?
Fish stick, you gonna be fried. So I don't know what call it. Will you hear?
Future
You're gonna
Shock.
be fried in deep oil.
Future Shock and Siki Ramup. Or you put something there. Marcia, you coming like the rest of them now, you know. Marcia want Trini Christmas is the best too now. God, Marcia. Boy, Trini Christmas is the best. Is the best. Marcia, who sing that? So you sing that, Marcia. Trini Christmas is the best. Nadia want no hear the piggy. Yeah, Nadia want no hear the piggy. Cindy say, wait, no hear the piggy. You say, I now catch on. Hey, Cindy. Wait, Monks. Oh, Monks say, nobody lives there. Is that Parang? Okay, let me put that.
Ulrich say I want to walk by shadow. Santa, I want to walk.
Nobody lives there. Hey,
Ron, whatever. With your vexed face.
Yes. Hey, let me say welcome to Hamadullah Wahid. It's a brother. He's a good brother. Stingy Hami. Hey, you see, Hamadullah Wahid want his own song, but we go play. We go play Hamadullah. We must play. You know what I mean? And if you have any song, send it for me.
Somebody want Jingle Bells.
Jingle Bells? Stingy Hami.
Crazy Kane, I want Jingle Bell.
I want a piece of work for Christmas.
Stingy Hami. No, my dog want that too. Gary, you want that?
My dog want that too?
Yeah, I don't think you want anything that Crazy Dog want. I don't think so.
Crazy Dog want Jingle Bells, Jingle Bells, Jingle Bell Rock. Jingle Bell time and Jingle Bell time.
Well, we're going deep into December now, so we had to kick up them Parang music on the show.
Yeah. We're starting with that.
If all goes well, you know how these artists are. I have a live Parang fella gonna perform for us. So that work, he's supposed to come on at 8 o'clock.
Cindy one. Oh, it's Marcia Miranda. Nobody lives there. Okay. Marcia Miranda. Miranda. Marcia Miranda. And that is Future Shock.
Oh, I thought Champa created that song.
No, she was the one that actually kind of get the thing from it. Yeah.
Coin the phrase.
So yeah,
but somebody took it.
I feel since Nadia want no here and the Piggy and Cindy, I feel Claudia might want to, you know.
So that's why the PNM left Tobago because nobody lives there.
Yeah, even Kathy says nobody lives there's a new Parang song. I don't go and get that one, boy.
I have to look it up too. 2 songs I look it up when I come off.
Yeah, Kathy just said nobody lives there. Marcia Miranda.
Santa looking for a wife.
Ulrich, that a new Parang. Ulrich said, all this is a Parang song. I just saying what Ulrich said. But Ulrich, who sing this song? Before I say what this song is.
I didn't tell you that already, what he said.
Yeah, but I want to know who sing that song. I feel Ulrich make that up. Oh God, my dog. How much time we go put in the chat? You want a Spanish woman?
Cindy said she gonna take no hair on the piggy twice. Please.
Oh God! All of that easy. I want a Spanish woman to marry me.
Oh, Maria Bola, Marcia Miranda.
Or make me baby. I want a Spanish woman.
That's not what she said, nuts cake. She don't want hair on 2 piggies. Oh God.
Oh God! Oh God! Oh yeah. Oh, Darius says a song. Nobody lives there in nice Miranda. My dog,
Right.
I fed up. My dog, you're playing too much song now. I Baron sing Spanish Woman. Oh, by Baron. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Fisty. Spanish Woman is Kenny J. Kenny J. Spanish Woman is Kenny J.
I don't know.
No, it's Baron.
Baron? Hey, Carrot Cake, where you get Kenny J from, man? You make him put on wrong thing here, you know? Or Rick one, I want a Walk Santa by Shadow. Oh, you never hear that one?
I understand.
I want a Walk Santa Shadow. All
Anyway,
right.
guys, I am going to say auf Wiedersehen. I am tired. I was at class all day long. I am tired. You all stay safe till we see you again next week. Okay?
All right, cool.
Good night, my beloved people. Bye.
All right, cool. All right. So, hold on now.
All right, Anson, bring out the punch of creamer now, then. Diana, go on.
Yeah, no, Diana, go on. Bring out the punch of creamer.
Last night, look at you also. I didn't see it orange.
No, I was there, boy.
Well, you didn't stay long.
Yeah, but you know, you know me, I'm not the drinking type, you know what I mean?
Your visa expired?
Yeah. Susan Marcio song, Trini Christmas is the best. Okay, that's Susan Marcio. SUSANMACIO. Marcio. Brave boy. Okay, we cooking with gas here. What Fistic want a new release? Okay, where's that one? I want a new release. Susanna Surgeon X. Savita Singh. Every year, every Christmas. Every year, every Christmas. Okay, cool. Who else? Nobody lives there. All right, Nadia. See you, Nadia. Okay, Future Shock wants Santa looking for a wife. Santa looking for a wife by Bentley. Yeah, I know that one. Bentley B. Okay. All right. Daryl. Oh God. Oh, they're not easy. Oh God. Victor Newman, you already asked for great. Right? You don't want to say that, but I want a brush. Daryl Superstars want Buying Old Battery by Crazy. Oliver, hear that one?
Yep.
You hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Buying Old Battery. Crazy. Daryl Superstar. Okay, cool. We got that one. Buying Old Battery. God, I'm making it. Nah. Nutscake want. Nutscake, you already asked for Soca Santa, man. You want Kenny G, I want a brush. you want a brush? You want a brush? Nutscake?
Top of your answer.
Yeah. All right, let me go for a quick station identification. We'll be right back. We'll finish up. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Let's go for a quick station identification. I'll be right back after this message.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Now, folks, we are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. So, folks, listen to this, right? We want you all to know that all the songs, we're going to look for it. And what we have to do as well, we have to make sure that there's no copyright infringement against any of these songs. Yeah. Okay. Kathy says Eddie Charles send the link to us on WhatsApp. No here on the piggy. Let me see. Yeah. All right. So we got to check that. Let me see something. All right. We got to check that. He sent us the app. Thanks, Kathy. Okay, Monks one, Jacob Miller. I'm going to our next page, boss. Sorry, how are you? You're trying to figure this thing, so we have to get this thing done. Eddie Charles, no here, any picker. Monks one, Jacob Miller, 20. We up to 20 already, you know. Monks, Jacob Miller. Wish you an Irie Xmas. I like that one. Wish you an Irie Xmas. Jacob Miller. Okay, good. Eddie Charles send you the link for No Here Any Pig here. Hey, Ali want any sprung along parang. Okay, cool. Sprung along parang. Okay. Hey, Olia, don't forget, we having the thing on the 18th, so send Diana anything that you want to, if you want to perform.
Talent show.
The talent show, send Diana the information so we could, Mad Dog, good night. Send Diana the thing so we could get, not cake, we already get from you, boy. We need nothing else from you. So, folks, all right, let me see who we're going with tonight. Tonight, we want, the other night we had, Master Brave Boy, put closing comments in the chat if you're still there. Well, we didn't see Rowley tonight, but we want to Rowley. Like the ban him out. My dog not going already. Monks, Kodum, Gamer, and Rowley the other night. Kathy, if you're still there, put closing comments in the chat. Kathy, if you're still there, put closing comments in the chat. Kathy. I think Nadia going too. Nadia. Daryl super sad. Let me see. Kathy. Daryl super sad. Put closing comments in the chat. And Victor Newman. Victor. Daryl and Victor. Okay, so Daryl, Kathy, And Victor, put closing comments in the chat. Put closing comments in the chat. And somebody asked for a song, boy. What was that again? Stalin Vampire. Okay, hold on. Stalin Vampire. Somebody asked for that one. Let me see if I could get that one quickly. Hope there's no copyright against that one. Because, folks, what happens is that when we play songs, we have to be sure that there's no copyright, because on YouTube, if you play a song and it's copyrighted, YouTube does give you could be penalized by YouTube and they could take down your channel. All right, so we want to just make sure we get a version that's not copyrighted. So I'm looking for, all right, so while I look for this one, for me, while I look for this one.
Why you look for that one?
You go ahead, Tommy. Closing comments.
Okay. This one is by Helen Keller. It says,
That's a good one. Helen Keller is a good one.
Oh, yeah. It says, a happy life consists not in the absence, but in the mastering of hardships. Also, Bruce Lee said, life is wide, limitless. There is no border, no frontier. And finally, I like to say, never look down on a man except if you're picking him up. A pleasant good night and enjoy the rest of the weekend until we meet again on Tuesday, God willing. Yeah, love is the key. Love to all.
Thank you, Tommy.
You're welcome.
Gary.
Yeah, I'm just going to say a quick good night to everyone. It was a pleasure being back with you again, and looking forward to Tuesday night when we meet again. Please remember the talent show that Diana is having and on the program, and please contact her. And also, I want to congratulate the people of Tobago again for their decision and wishing them all the best.
Yeah, Gary. Thank you, man. So, folks, Frederick Douglass says, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and it never will. Find out just what any people will quietly submit to, and you have found out the exact measure of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them. And these will continue till they are resisted with either words or blows or with both. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall, so that's all. I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. And we are going to go out with this song that was requested. I don't know who requested this song, but somebody requested this song earlier. His name of the song is Vampire by Black Stallion. And the good thing about that song is there's no copyright against that song. So we could now play Black Stallion. I think it's Vampire, yeah, you know. So I think here it is. So let's play that song.
What's the year? I'm a woman. They give the whole 79 to the children. My brother man, Black Stallion says beware. 81 of Trinidad is vampire, yeah. Trinidad vampire back up with blood. And every 5 years they just pass. The crucifix and cross they could make the grave. There's only chalice and loud smoke to pray. So if the chalice smoking, vampire passing. Every vampire, small vampire, vampire. If the chalice smoking, vampire passing. The man with the pixie hole in her body, it will not need just to stop it. If the chalice smoking, vampire passing. Vampire, the PhD, and AC. Vampire, robbing the university. Vampire with that chicken jacket and tie. Vampire telling you they don't lie. Just a little bit of blood to do. They're taking from sweat and some tears too. I'm coming down here, join up you with pain. You see them the next 5 years ago. If each other is broken, vampire pass. Police and vampire, night to vampire, up to vampire, little vampire. If each other is broken, vampire pass. Over at the front door, close up your back door, knock up the stage, right on from your bed. If each other is broken, vampire pass. Vampire, like bees passing through ghetto. When they're looking for blood, oh Lord, they know where to go. With banners and black yards evermore. Everybody by the day, knocking at the door. They're making sure before they pass. They're making all the children grass. An hour or so before they come. Just over there with the sea abroad. Look, the teacher is broken. Bullets are vampire, nice to vampire, up to vampire, yeah, vampire. The teacher is broken. They say they know they care about you, well, yes, they could get no fucking to get the song. The teacher is broken.
So just before we close, let me say the closing comments from let me see the closing comments here from Marcia. Hold up, let me get Marcia closing comments. We have Marcia, we have Kathy, Daryl, Victor. Let me see. Okay, let me go from the beginning, from the end, in fact. Let me see, okay. All right, let me see. Mongs, good night to you as well. Good night, family. Good night. Keep the fire burning. Good night, Marcia. Good night to you. Kathy says, bless good night to all members of the DAG team. Have a safe weekend. That's Kathy's comment. Marcia Brave Boy says, Rowley Hideaway looking for his mouth sends the PDP shellacking in December the 6th THA election. This is one time we missed Rowley's cussing. We should have enjoyed it with snacks. Great show as always, team. Thank you, Marcia. Who's the other person? Daryl and Victor. Daryl Superstar says, one love to everyone. And the last one is Victor. Let me see where Victor one is. I think Victor going on sleep. Yeah, I think Victor going on sleep, folks. So let me finish playing this song, but yeah, Victor going back on sleep all this, so we go continue this song.
Best type of blood from truly vampire. Yes, it is when they suck the blood and liver. So from the time they come to show me, hear them say, hey, hey, you come out to give liver hardly. But don't try to rub your big Cadillac. So let's just go with them at the back. And the only place that liver gets in. The man behind is hearing right. If each other's broken, Papa, you vampire away, vampire proof, vampire teacher, vampire. Each other's broken. Seven in the morning, passing in the evening, 7 in the come back in for the sun. Each other's broken. Each other's broken. Independent vampire, party vampire, group vampire.